Hello, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Today we will get 75 attack and strength in this live stream. For sure. So we are here and I am ready to go. My voice might be a little bit scratchy here and there. So I do hope you all are able to understand everything I say well enough. I am in recovery from having COVID-19. I'm guessing probably one of the later, more recent variants of it. Not exactly the best few days, I could say. I was hoping that I wouldn't be hit too heavily. However, it turns out that I had a bit of an unfortunate reaction to the virus, and here I am now with a few days of lost time. My wife and my daughter also have the virus, and we are cleared to leave the house on the 28th. So the 27th shall be the last day of our recovery time, quarantined at home. But yes, we have been unfortunately damaged by the whole corona stuff, and it's not the greatest, but you know, we're getting through it. I had a few days where I just couldn't get out of bed and I couldn't move, and it was just pain. You know, you get pain in the lungs, and I had a feeling like my skin, and it sounds strange, but it felt like my skin was raw. How do you describe this? So if you, let's say you get a cut on your finger or something like that, and it's half healed up, you know the feeling like when you touch that half healed cut, it feels a bit raw, like it doesn't hurt, but it feels like it's missing something, where it's missing the skin. You know, you can feel the difference. For some reason, my torso, like my upper torso, my arms, they felt like that for a couple of days while I had this COVID. And god damn it, stupid fucking click box. Okay, yeah, and so that was a really odd sensation, and just generally uncomfortable, unable to get out of bed, just no energy. It was pretty rough, but I'm feeling a lot better now. Good enough that I can stream for a little while. So I'm hoping that some of you do get the chance to drop on by and say hello. We will get 75 attack and strength this stream for sure. And we are using the equilibrium aura at the moment here. You can see increases my minimum hit by 25%. So I'm doing a lot more damage, because I'm never really hitting my max hit anyway, so it doesn't really matter if that's decreased by 25%. Yeah, so I'm happy that I'm back here again, and I'm over the COVID for the most part. I still have a bit of a cough and my voice is a bit rough still. There we go, look at that. Dragon Defender number 160. Also guys, for those of you who show up in the chat, please let me know. How is the quality? I tried to boost the quality of my streams. I don't know how it is. It's probably got quite a bit of what's the word? It's quite slow probably right now in my voice and what you guys hear when I'm saying it, and the latency. the latency is quite heavy probably, but that's fine. But can you guys get a higher quality video, or is it still just the low, like, was it 240 or 480p, something like that? I hope you guys get a better quality video now. In any case, to make up for the about 5 days that I lost about 5 days of time in bed. I've made a small exception for myself to make up for that, because usually I was on every single day. I mean, even on days where I had absolutely no time, I was at least coming on to do my Jack of Trades for Herblore experience. So I've made myself a little exception today, and that exception is I will do 2 Jack of Trades. So I don't like the idea of using the what's it called? I have a artifact. What's it called? The Premier artifact, and I don't really like the idea of using that. But you know, getting COVID and being bedridden is a little bit of a, it's a bit of a loss, and I don't really like that idea that I had to lose days for something that much out of my control. And so for 5 days worth, I will do double the Jack of Trades every day using the Premier artifact to reset the aura. But after that, I'll be going back to just doing it once a day. I don't want to use the benefit, the pay to win benefit, unless it's something like this where it's completely out of my control to have a fair game. So for those of you who tune in at a later date to listen to this, I do hope you're all having a great day, great night, or whatever the time may be over there, great morning. We are here in the same place we always are, watching a Cyclops get killed. As for a few little updates, so this morning and yesterday I did get on finally after all this time in bed. We have gotten 25 crafting this morning from the Jack of Trades, and I believe we got 21 agility maybe yesterday, and also Herblore 61. I think we also got that yesterday as well. So that is very nice. We are actually not far off a couple of other levels. We're closing on 60 prayer, which is nice. Of course, the 75 attack and strength is coming up, which we definitely will get this stream. We also then have the I don't know if we got, no, I don't think we've gotten a fire making recently, but we're closing in on a fire making and a cooking level from the Jack of Trades as well. That we do those for the levels. I mean, for the skills that we have to do. Sorry. And yeah. Other than that, we don't really have a whole lot going on. I mean, I've killed a couple of Cyclopalypse in the last day and a half since I've been feeling better. And I have gotten just bones from them, unfortunately. So, according to the Ministry of Health here in Japan, I am cleared to go back to work from the 28th. So I have to stay home on the 27th still, and I can go back to work on the 28th. And I let my employers know. I said, hey, listen, I've been told 27th is my last day of quarantine, and I can go back on the 28th. And they said, well, brilliant. You're on for work on the 28th then. So there was no, yeah, there was nothing of like, oh, well, how are you feeling? Are you all right? It was just, okay, if legally we can bring you back to work on that day, you better be ready for work on that day. It was, you know, what you can expect from an employer, I guess. So, but at least I haven't lost my job due to it, which is pretty nice. Other than that, what else can I say? Um, yeah, my daughter, she's 2, and she got over the COVID pretty quick. She had a fever for one day, she was a bit cranky in that. But in the end, no, she was fine after just the one day of having a fever. She was completely fine. Luckily for her, she was really good. But I have to say, having the vaccine certainly, was a good thing, seeing as how rough I had it. I can only imagine how much worse it must have been, or it would have been, if I hadn't had the vaccine. That would have been pretty rough. But no, I'm happy that I got the vaccine, and I'm doing a lot better now after just a few days of pain and bullshit. I've had a few people subscribing still, more subscribers joining, and I am thankful for every one of you who have been here and have been watching my videos and supporting me. It's very, very kind of you all. Let's see, what else can I tell you about? So yeah, I will, a couple of nice things. Can I say nice? I guess it's nice. The government, the local government, the area I live in, the local government here, they send out boxes of food and drinks to people who've got COVID. So if you're at home, because you have to isolate at home for 10 days. That's the rules here. Once you've been tested positive. So obviously you can't go out and do some grocery shopping. You can't go buy anything. I mean, you can get stuff delivered, but still, you can't go out and get your regular groceries. And not everybody can go out and do that. So because of that, they send out a box of food per person in your household. And seeing as there's 3 people here, we got 3 boxes of food. And that was pretty good. The only thing is that they try not to really advertise it because the area I live in, they're actually, according to the news a little while ago, they're going bankrupt. And because they're going bankrupt, they don't really want to have to spend money on stuff like that. So they're not really advertising it. And we actually found out because a friend of ours had it already. And they actually found out through a friend of theirs, already word of mouth sort of thing. So, yeah, let's have a look. Got a few people around, but I can understand that a lot of you aren't here when I'm live, and that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. I hear from some of you guys later on afterwards, after I finish my stream. But I can understand that it gets quite boring watching somebody kill Cyclops over and over again. But quite honestly, I'm still not burned out on Cyclops. I'm still really enjoying it, and the Cyclops just comparatively, it's one of those things really. Start if you start off with rabbits and you move on to trolls and then you move on to Cyclops, just that comparative, that step up each time, just makes the what the activity, as much as this would be probably mind-numbingly boring on my main account, on Chunker, this is just incredibly fun and interesting to me. And all of the different drops I'm getting and things like that, just it's great. It's so much better. And my mind wanders off every now and again back to the time when I was killing rabbits or when I was killing trolls, and just how much less experience I was getting per kill, and how boring the drops were. Especially with rabbits, where it was just raw rabbits, and actually they were a little bit depressing, the raw rabbits, back when I was doing those, because of how expensive they are on the Grand Exchange, and how I had to sell them for 20 GP each to the general store. Imagine selling, stuff that's worth a few K each for 20, or a few hundred GP. I think what was it, like 800, 900 GP? I think my bank value at the time had to have been about, 10 mil worth in just raw rabbits, after having not even left the first chunk, and then having to sell that off for 10 GP each, or 20 GP each per rabbit. It was just so depressing. But when I come here and I get like all of these different salvage, I get all of the different black weaponry. I'm getting these. Yeah, I got a uncut sapphire, so I'm getting rare drop table stuff. Just everything like this. It's so good. And then using the defender. I've got now all of this armor, and I'm using auras, and it's just really, really good. I mean, it could always be better. XP could be better. Kill speed could be faster. But that's all stuff that comes with time. As I level up, every time I level up, I get that little bit closer to a fast kill. So I'm looking forward to having the faster kills. And when I get that far, it will be very nice. I am expecting, at the very least, that I get more kills in this run of 40k tokens, because I came in here with the 40k tokens. I am hoping that this run will be more kills than the previous run. And I say that because this time I have higher levels in the first place. I'm using auras. I have armor. In the first run of 40k tokens, I started off with steel armor. I didn't have my adamant sword and my dragon defender in the beginning. I first went for the defenders, and I wasn't specifically looking at type weaknesses. I was hiding behind the pole and trying to use that as a safe spot. Yeah, and you know, I hadn't thought about my action bar. Now my action bar, I have you know, I have defensive abilities and things like that. So it makes my trips a little longer, and I'm able to kill more before having to bank and things like that. Last time I was, you know, in the very beginning, the very first few kills, I was killing maybe one or two, and I'd have maybe one or two drops, and I'd use a whole bunch of sandwiches, and then I had to go bank. And now I walk in here with 5 sandwiches, and I quite often leave with 5 sandwiches. So yeah, it's definitely been a step up. Great, another one of these medium bladed animate salvage is really good. I have 77 of them. I'm looking forward to having 100 of them because they're worth 6k each per high elk. And when I get the ability to high elk them, that will be 600k if I have 100 of those. I've already got 2 of these ones, it's another 6k each. And now I've got 2 of these tiny rune salvages, they're 8k each, so that's nice. Yes. Well, we've already gotten 7k, I think. I can't remember how much we had to get in the beginning of the stream, but something like that, about 7k XP. It's not too bad, actually. I'm going a lot faster than I expected. I might have to end the stream early once we hit the level. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm planning on sticking around for a long stream today. I'm just going to keep streaming until I die of my illness. No, I'm not really going to die. I hope. Oh, I might. No, I won't. I'm a hilarious guy, man. I think all of you people who ever watch this and just, you know, you all just fall over yourselves laughing because of how incredibly funny I am. Maybe I should just fucking shoot myself, but oops, that was an accident. I shouldn't have eaten a sandwich. But for the most of you, I know that you're just waiting for me to, you know, finish the chunk. I'm not far off, other than the fact that I need 99 attack and strength. The herb lore, I'll have that soon. It doesn't take long to reach 70. I'm hoping for some more limpwort roots because it'll be another... Oh, look at that, another dragon defender. Back to back. B to B. Was it back to back though? I don't remember. And the adamant salvage, number 78. Building up the numbers, building them up. And the black knives. Offhand black knife at 51 and the regular black knight at 53. So annoying. Triggers my autism like no tomorrow. I don't get even numbers of knives. I can't even wield them yet. Which annoys me. And not so much though. I don't really mind. There's a lot of stuff I can't use yet. Now I've got 78k cash, which is not too bad. One of these days I will have to go ahead and buy out the armor and weapon shops, and I will go ahead and do that. Of course, in my rules I do have to buy everything, but I'm allowed to sell them back. As you can remember, I did buy all of the two-hander swords as I was going through the rabbits. And I did sell all of the two-handed swords back except for the adamant two-hander, which I did keep. Let's kill the Colossus. Come on, boy, give us something nice. Let's get on some defensive abilities. Here we go. And then we want to have a bleed on the guy. Good. Got another bleed on him. Very good. No, we didn't. We missed the bleed. Oh, that's annoying. I thought I hit him. That's alright. And he's down. What did we get? An Urut seed. Terrible. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Okay, guys. Keeping up the kills. An Urut seed and another helmet. How many helmets do we have? 65. It's not bad. They only elk for 1800 though. It's pretty sad. I wonder what they disassemble to. Might be interesting to know. But invention's a few hundred years in the future. Oof, low on HP. Alright, let's go deposit some garbage. Be nice to do that. In any case, oops, I accidentally got rid of all of my rabbit sandwiches. Here we go. Do I even have any? That's interesting. Then they haven't gone into the wrong tab, have they? Huh. That's unexpected. I always thought I had some guam seeds, but it looks like I have everything but guam seeds. Yeah, I have everything else. Maybe I can't get them as a drop. Let's go get me some potion from this lady here. Decant it, there we go. So, to those of you who are here, and those of you who are not, I hope none of you get COVID, like I had. Even if you've been vaccinated, I do hope that you do not get it. It will, even with the vaccine, it is still not a fun time. And who knows if I ever even end up with some long-term effects. So please do be careful. Of course, if you do have to get it at some point, I do hope you've also gotten the vaccine so that you don't end up with any more severe trouble. Oh, who said you're allowed to knock me back like that? You big bugger. Now, you don't do that again. That's very naughty. You big naughty man. I'll forgive you because you're very chunky, and I like chunks. Alright, Mr. Cyclopalypse. Oh, oh, that's a rough one. A single belladonna seed. Not even a helmet. Not even a helmet. Oh, that's rough. I had 11 belladonna seeds, and they're all from Cyclosis. I didn't even get a helmet with that one. That's a sad, sad time, man. That's sad. Just a single belladonna seed. Be nice though if I could get another rare drop table drop from Cyclops. Seeing as I haven't had any for a little while. The last one was the two stone spirits that I had, the Necrite stone spirits. With the first one being the molten glass that I got. I'm looking forward 26, I think it is. Is it 26? No, it's 27. 27 for cutting emerald. I think I've got a few emeralds that I can cut as well in the bank, so that would be nice to get a little boost in the crafting department there. That would be quite nice. Okay, kill this guy and then we'll go out. Because I'm dying. For some reason I'm taking more hits than I usually do. The game is very anti-chunky today. Oof, that was a pretty rough hit just there. Two guys hit me now at the same time. Let's just deposit a couple of things and up we go. Yeah, every now and again I kill the Cyclosis and just get absolute garbage. Sometimes I get nothing. Just get the big bones and not even a drop with it. That's really, really sad because Cyclosis, they only spawn every now and again and they can have some good drops. There are a couple of Runite salvage pieces in their drop table. And I do wish I could get those because they will be very nice for the future. But yes, we sometimes don't get anything at all from them. And Trico's logged in. I don't know if you're in the live stream you're watching, but if you're not and you do watch later on, or if you are, either way, nice to see you there, Trico. Happy to hear from you every now and again. You're not in the friends chat, but that's all right. And neither is Kong, but Kong, he's there as well. So, guys, I do hope you're having a good time and that you're enjoying your time online. I do apologize for the last few days where I've been away because of my illness being all infected up by COVID. It's not nice. Hey, Trico. Howdy, friend. I am live, so I'm thinking you might be hanging about. Yeah. Just recovering from COVID, mate. And you? How many hours? I'm going to say about 300 in-game hours. Damn, nice one, Trika. Yeah, about 300 in-game hours. I did a calculation for it a little while ago, but do forgive me because my mathematics is just the absolute worst. I'm not a math guy. I am a Yeah, welcome to the live stream, guys. Yeah, I just hey, Dragon Defender number 163. Yeah, I did a calculation. Should be about 300 more hours of in-game time. That, of course, does mean I have to be in-game for 300 hours. And that is, of course, if I'm playing efficiently, if I'm actually, you know, using aggression to my advantage so that I'm getting continuous streams of kills, that I'm not banking too much. So it could be a bit more than 300, but I gave myself about 300 as a ballpark to begin with, as my starting sort of amount. But yeah, like I said, I've been away for the last 5 days due to the fact that I had COVID. So I am recovering from that, and I'm now finally good enough to sit behind the PC for a few minutes. So I am here, but yeah, last few days I've just been in bed, pain and feeling weird and unpleasant, not good enough to want to sit up. Hey, another defender. What are we at? 164, and yeah, I've not wanted to get up. I've been I tried to explain it a bit earlier, and it's a difficult thing to explain. But the top half of my body, so from the top half of my torso upwards, and the top half of my arms, the muscles, they felt like, you have to imagine if you get a cut on your finger or on your hand or something, right? And if that cut is half healed up, but it's still missing that last layer of skin on the outside, right? But if you touch that, where that layer of skin is missing, it feels a bit odd. Like it's a bit raw. It doesn't feel painful, but it's not a pleasant feeling. And the entire top half of my body felt like that continuously, like I was missing a layer of skin. And so just wearing clothes, wearing or just being in bed and having a blanket over top, it was just such a unpleasant feeling just to have something touching my skin. And that's one or another kind of side effect I've had from having the COVID. It's all that's cleared up now, happily, that I don't feel that anymore. I'm pretty damn happy, but yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. So yeah, I missed about 5 days of in-game time, unfortunately. But I am hoping to build that all up again. So now I'm going to be on this live stream for about 5 hours if I can. My plan is to not log off for 5 whole hours to build up a big amount of hours to kind of catch up. And I know it's not the most interesting live stream. Watching someone kill Cyclops for hours is not the most fun live stream. But let's just chat. Let's talk. Let's have fun. Let's have fun with it if we can. I'm always happy to hear from you all. That's the second medium blunt mithril salvage that I have had now on the account. Okay, we have to go bank again. Sometimes these kills, they just mess me up. Yeah, yes, the second medium blunt mithril salvage. 1800 each, high alchemy. Not bad. Yeah, I think I just might have all cut. Oh, you're still at work, are you? Well, don't push yourself too hard. I'm going to stay online for about you know 4 or 5 hours if I can. That's my plan. So I am hoping to be streaming at least that long. So I might see you again after you finish your work. Then it's just it's one of those things. I got to build up some of that time that I've lost. Well, I'm happy to see you there, mate. I really am. There's a few people who have already unsubscribed, and I don't blame them. It hasn't been the most thrilling of content the last while, and I haven't been very active for the last 5 days, so I lost about 5 or 6 people at the very least, maybe even a couple more in the last couple of days. This is sad, but that's okay. It's Friday. It is Friday. It is Friday, you're right. Yeah, it was actually an entire week ago today. No, wait, is it Friday? Is it really Friday? It is Friday. So then it's exactly a week ago today. So a week ago today, I went and got my COVID test done. I actually went to work in the morning. I got on the train, I went to work. I was at my workplace. I got there early like I always do. And then I got a message from my wife saying, she says, "Oh, I've just tested positive for COVID. Come home." I was like, "Shit." And I said, "Well, have you booked me a COVID test then? Because over here it's painfully difficult to get yourself tested without having to pay a fortune if you want to do it yourself. Or you can get them for free in some places if you want to stand in line with a whole bunch of people." And that's not the most preferable way because they don't do the drive-throughs. Yeah, it's Friday here, yeah. So, they don't do the drive-through tests like they do in other places around the world because they're not very, very good at planning that kind of stuff over here. And so, yeah, you can go to a place where there's like 1 million people and they'll stand there all in the line trying to get a free COVID test. But otherwise, yeah, you have to shell out a bunch of money. Or you have to have special circumstances where they say, "Oh, well, I guess you were in a position that means you might have caught it," They don't like to test people unless they think that you might have caught it. Hey, and another hat. And a qualm seed. Great. It's not the drop I wanted, but it's a drop that I'll take. Yeah, so she booked me that. She booked me the COVID test, and then I found out the same day that I had it as well. And my daughter had it as well. So, unfortunately, yeah, I had to go home from work that day. Luckily, I was there early and nobody else had shown up, so nobody else got sick off me because I was there alone. But yes, certainly a pity that the whole situation happened at all. But enough about that. Everybody, what's going on with you guys? So you said it's Friday over there. It's Friday over here too. Actually, it is quite late though over here. It is 9:34 at night on Friday night. So what's happening with everybody else? So for those of you who are watching now, and for those of you who are watching in the future, what's going on with you? What's happening? Anything anything interesting? Anything fun? Anything boring? Doesn't have to be interesting to be talked about, of course. You can talk about boring stuff. I like boring stuff. Like, I'm boring, so that's it fits. Got a tattoo 5 weeks ago. What did you get a tattoo of, mate? I don't have any tattoos. What's your tattoo? Yeah, and I'm sorry for the latency that this is going to be quite late. I asked you, quite a bit after you've messaged me. It's because of how bad my internet connection is, but yeah. What kind of tattoo did you get? See if I can link it. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. All right. Where have you linked it? I don't see it in the chat. Hey, Dragon Defender. 165? It is number 165. Maybe I'm blind. I don't think I can see links in this in the chat. That's very sad. I was looking forward to seeing it. Well, if you happen to find another way of showing me, that would be nice. But if you're unable to get a link off in the chat that I can see, then just tell me what it looks like, or tell me what to look up on the internet. Tell me what to type into Google in the search engine, and I'll have a look. Ninth pick would be my arm. I don't see any links though, mate. I don't see any links showing up, so I don't know. I don't know how to make it so I can see them. On Insta. Yeah, but I don't see. I don't have Instagram, but I don't see your link. Oh man, I'm getting my ass handed to me by these guys right now. Nice. That was actually quite a fast kill. A toad flax seed. I don't really care about toad flax seed, but if you put the dot in it, it doesn't show. I see. Okay, I'll look it up just a moment. Just chunk it into a safe place so he doesn't get killed. I'll look it up. The 9th pick you said should be your arm. Wow, that massive one? Like with the compass on it and everything? That's your one? Your one's the one with the massive compass and everything at the top? That's cool, man. I like that. I haven't had any tattoos, but I heard it's a little painful. How was it? Was it alright, or was it painful to get that amount done? 7 hours, Jesus Christ. That is intense, my friend. But I really like it. I mean, I think it's a really cool looking one. Tell you something though. So living in Japan, I can tell you. Tattoos in Japan, not a good look over here. I mean, not from my personal point of view. Japanese people have a bad image of what tattoos are. They relate them to the mafia, the Japanese mafia, the Yakuza. So they don't really like them very much. Oh yeah, okay. That sounds scratching yourself with long sharp nails. It's not so bad. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. 7 hours of that though. Yeah, it's got you. Got to feel pretty. You love Yakuza tats. Yeah. Well, that's the thing though. It's quite funny actually. So for foreigners, for us, white people, black people, whatever, non-Asian looking people, because sometimes that's a thing. Non-Asian looking people with tattoos, it's not so bad. Japanese people don't seem to be too um, worried about that. But you still will have restrictions if you try to go into a hot spring, a public bath with a big tattoo. They might not be too happy with that. They might tell you, no, 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 we don't want you in here. You have to cover up all your tattoos at work. Even if you have a tiny little tattoo, they ask you to cover it with a band-aid or something so that you can't see it. A lot of that kind of stuff where they're really kind of anti-tattoo. I mean, I know a lot of guys who have actually been working and they've had tattoos and they've had them covered up, and then you've had, they've had their customers or their clients say, "Oh, what do you got there? If you hurt yourself or something?" They say, "No, no, I haven't hurt myself. I'm covering up a tattoo." And they'll say, "Oh, let me see. I want to see that. It sounds cool." So there's the stigma is not as strong when it comes to foreigners. When it comes to Japanese people, though, they tend to be a little less happy about that. Oh yeah, what's the rest going? So the rest going to follow the same sort of design then, Trico? You're going to keep going with that? The same sort of design? You keeping that up? Because I think that's a pretty cool design. Ah, yeah, that's a pity though, that you have to cover it up as well. Though, I mean, at work, I mean, it's the same thing, I think, in most places that you have to cover up that kind of stuff at most workplaces. I mean, unless you work at the beach or something. But, and that's sad anyway. Especially if it's a nice looking one. I mean, if it's a big middle finger, a tattoo of a big middle finger, and it says "fuck you" or something. That's a different question, but something that looks nice. I think, yeah, I think we should be a bit more inclusive with that sort of stuff. But certainly, yeah. But I mean, over here you get quite restricted, and some people just really don't like it. Even on foreigners or on anyone, they're like, nah, sorry, man, tattoos not good, not a good thing. But yeah, the the cultural sort of difference is quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never really had a personal interest in getting a tattoo for myself, but I do think tattoos look nice on people, especially when they're done well. There are some god awful tattoos, but yeah, I wouldn't know what to get for myself is the first thing, and the second thing is just yeah, I mean. I, I have actually a pretty decent pain tolerance. That's not a problem either. I don't know. I don't know what I'd get for myself. Don't know where I'd get it. And with the fact that I live in a country of people who are generally anti-tattoo, it probably just isn't a good idea to go ahead and do that at the moment. Hey, 3 Runite Stone Spirits. That's rare drop table, right? I'm pretty sure that's rare drop table. Hmm. Oh well. Yeah, as long as you don't get any Chinese or Japanese characters, well, at least without getting them properly checked first, that's a good idea, though. Yeah, it's nice to have some tattoos, but just don't get one of a language that you can't read. It's probably not a good idea. I've been looking at some of the ones on the internet. You see where foreigners have gotten Japanese or Chinese tattoos, and because I can read Japanese now, and there's a lot of Chinese characters in Japanese as well. Sometimes you see some of those, and it's hilarious, really, what kind of stupid stuff people have got on their tattooed on their bodies where they don't know what they've gotten written there, or they've gone for something that they think looks cool, or something that maybe the tattoo artist has said something like, oh yes, this one means strength or honor or something like that, when it just really means like, yeah. You have ones that people have got stuff on there that says like pork soup or something on their arm. Pork broth or something. Just just hilarious, sort of stupid stuff. They have no idea. They'll be walking around with these stupid tattoos for years. Oops, that was not right. Yeah, I think you're right there. It's difficult to go for that kind of stuff. Well, I hope you keep your nice tattoos coming along there, mate, because I think they look very good. I don't think you hope they never find out about their mistakes. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. That's very kind of you, though. That's a kind thing for you to say. That they continuously think that they have the word strength written on there instead of like, you know, loose woman or something. So I did my bachelor's degree in Japan. I've only got one bachelor's degree, and that's enough for me. I did that in Japan, and I did my graduation thesis on the Japanese response to the coronavirus pandemic. So I graduated last year in April. And everything we're just talking about now just reminded me of one of the things that I researched for this. And Japanese people have a very strong sense of, just generally as a general national trait of a lot of Japanese people, they have a very strong sense of being special, being different to other races, and oh well, we're special, we're isolated, we're different to other people. And there was this thing on the TV that they brought out in the beginning, which was really really stupid. And just this thing talking about now, people having language on their, having text on their tattoos and stuff, and how it can be really stupid. Just reminded me of this thing that came up, and what they did is they had a lady speaking in Japanese and then a lady speaking in English. So they had the two different sentences. It was the same sentence but two different languages, and it was the same lady. And they were trying to say, well, listen, anybody who speaks Japanese won't spread the coronavirus by speaking as much as a foreigner, because Japanese is so much more soft spoken. But the really stupid thing about it was, they used the sentence, "This is a pen." Yeah, that was the sentence they used to demonstrate it. And in Japanese, the word for pen is pen. It's the same. However, when they try to make their point on TV, they said, this is a pen. And then they had in Japanese, they said, kore wa pen desu. And when they said pen in Japanese, and when they said pen in English, that's the time when they tried to make this distinction of how English would make you spread the virus more because you'd kind of spit out your P sound on the pen, right? But they didn't really make a good point of it because the word that they said in Japanese was the exact same word, and they just had a lady there with a tissue in front of her face, kind of, held up in front of her face, and when she said pen in English, the tissue, fluttered around like like she had just shot a whole lot of air out of her mouth. And when she spoke in Japanese, the tissue didn't move at all. And it was just so stupid, that they tried to make other people's language look bad. But they did it in a way that just was the most ridiculous way. And they saw a lot of criticism for that on the internet, where a lot of people were saying, what the hell is this doing on national TV? They're trying to say that, only foreigners can spread the virus badly because of the way they speak. They were using such a poor example, and it was just really, really funny that they did this. And yeah, I just was reminded of this kind of thing when it came to people using language in a strange way. And actually, I have a very big interest in language in general. And one thing that I also really like is loan words. And in Japan, there are a lot of loan words, and a lot of people don't really know which languages they come from. But there are also a lot of loan words in other languages as well. I know that Dutch, that you also borrow a bunch of English words and make them into Dutch as well. Use them in your Dutch language. In your Dutch daily speech, you also use a bit of a few English words thrown in here and there. One that's interesting in Japanese is the word for bread. The word for bread in Japanese is pan, P-A-N, right? And it's derived from the French word for bread. However, because a lot of people aren't really sure what languages their loan words are coming from, Japanese people are saying, oh, I had, when I first came to Japan, I had people saying to me, yeah, of course, it's true though. You're right. English people also borrow a lot of Dutch words, it's true. And I know there are a lot of words in English that are borrowed from many languages, but the thing that's interesting for me is when it's unknown to the people using it what language their loan word comes from. And of course in English that's especially so. It's especially the case that people are like, oh, I'll just say this word, and they have no idea where it's come from originally. But like the word for bread, I had when I first came to Japan, people had told me, they said this word pan, and they said that, and they said, oh, you should know that. That's a word that we've borrowed. And I'm like, why do you think I should know that? It doesn't sound like bread at all. But some people, when they hear it's a loan word, they assume straight away it's from English. And there's actually a lot of Dutch words in Japanese as well, by the way. For example, the word for a part-time job and forgive me to anybody who watches this in the future who is maybe German, I apologize to you, because a lot of people say it comes from German, but I'm more inclined to believe it comes from Dutch because of the history that Japan and the Netherlands has together. The word for part-time work in Japanese is arubaito, which is like Arbeit, right? Which also you have in Dutch, but you also have the same word in German though. Yeah, but there's also a lot of other words that are originally from Dutch that are now in Japanese. They have the word for a kind of the word for backpack. They say ruk, which is rucksack. For they have rucksack, they say they're ruk. They just say the first half of that. That's from Dutch. There's a lot of words like that even in Japanese, and I know in English too. I know in English too. It's very true. I actually grew up with a few Dutch words that I didn't even know that they were Dutch because my parents never differentiated that for me. Because my family is also Dutch. My family is originally Dutch. My parents are both Dutch. I have a Dutch passport and a New Zealand passport because I'm cool like that. But yeah, I used to call a flannel, and if you don't know what a flannel is, it's a washandje. I used to call that a washandje when I was a kid, and I had no idea what the English word for it was. I had no idea. We had them at home, and I knew they were a thing, but I didn't know what they were called in English, and I actually thought that was English. And at one point, I had said it to somebody, maybe at school or something like that, and I can't remember exactly the circumstance. Everybody was looking at me like, "What the fuck did you just say? Is that a word?" I'm like, yeah, washandje. What are you talking about, man? Washandje is easy. It's a word, man. They're like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, this thing, it looks like this. They go, oh, you mean a flannel? I said, well, I guess, but what? I don't know. Yeah, it's called a flannel in English. Yeah. Yeah. You learn something new every day. Yeah, and I had a few other ones. I also stoffer and blick. I didn't know what that was called in English. It's a brush and shovel. I didn't know that was called a brush and shovel. I learned that as a stoffer and blick as a kid. I always had that. Um, I still don't actually even know what you'd call Communicaas in English. So I like Communicaas, and I had that when I was a kid, quite often. But I never knew what the Communicaas was in English. I guess it's with cumin seeds, cheese with cumin seeds, mustard seed, cumin seed, something like that. Don't even know. I grew up with a few Dutch words like that, which I didn't know. But yeah, a lot of loan words. I do think they're quite funny. Um, in Japan, we had recently a campaign, a government campaign, where they said we have to get the economy rolling again. You know, we've got no tourism going on. We need tourists because you know the tourism industry is really failing at the moment. And so what they did is they said we're going to make these different campaigns, and they named them using English. However, the way that they named them they've used bad grammar in English. So it's the name of the first one was called Go to Eat. So it's go to eat. Okay, rather than go out and eat or go eat or go eat out or something like that. It's called go to eat. And the next one was called go to travel. And there was going to be another one after that, which I think was go to shopping street or something like that. But there's this strange matchup of bad grammar. And actually the government also saw a lot of backlash for that as well, where they were like, what the hell? You're supposed to be the government. Like, you guys could get good English. If you wanted to use English for your campaign names, like you could easily get that. So a lot of people complained about that as well. But yeah, also very, very interesting. Just these kinds of ideas of using words from other languages. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Speaking of Dutch in Japan, there is a place in Nagasaki, and I don't know if you've heard of Nagasaki before. You probably should have. It was it's pretty important in the history. Do you know Nagasaki? Nah, English is really bad in Japan. English is really, really, really bad. Yeah, you know of it? Okay, so you know of Nagasaki. Okay, so it's pretty important because of, like the atomic bomb. This Hiroshima was one of them, and then Nagasaki was the other one. Well, actually, in Nagasaki, there is a place called Haus ten Bosch in Nagasaki. They have a theme park, which is just a Dutch kind of a place that's built up to look like a Dutch town. They even have a little sluice in there, where a little lock in English they call that. Um, I think they have some windmills. They got tulip fields and all kinds of things, just set up to look like a little Dutch village in Japan. And the name is written in Dutch. The name is written in Dutch. It's called Huis ten Bosch. In Nagasaki. Yeah, and if you look it up, it looks like a little typical Dutch village. Actually, I kind of wanted to go work there, but just to get, because it'd be interesting, and I speak the Dutch language and I speak English and everything, but I don't live anywhere near Nagasaki. It's quite far away. So, tough luck. No, I haven't been there yet. I haven't been there, and I want to go there. I want to see if it's any good. I don't know what it's like. Japanese people say that it's nice. They seem to like it. If you go there, it's a kind of theme park sort of place where you'd go to, you'd stay there a night. It's got all hotels built in and stuff like that, and it's really kind of it's a scenic sort of place. It's not really, it hasn't got any kind of roller coasters or any kind of rides or something like that. It's just a kind of scenic sort of, yeah, I know, move closer, but it's quite far. Okay, so I don't know if you know the shape of Japan. the shape of Japan, there are 4 main islands. Okay, there's one big main island right in the center. Then there's one big island north of that. Then there's a big island to the southwest, and then directly south of the big center island, there is also a smaller island. Now, I live on the big main island in the center, and Houston Boss in Nagasaki is on the big island in the southwest, and the distance is quite far. It's quite a bit of movement, and compared to any kind of distance from if you know you're living in the Netherlands, from moving from one end of the country to the other end by car. I mean, of course, you can always drive to the place from my place to Nagasaki, but in comparison from driving from Friesland to Belgium or something, it's much closer. Excuse me, I just had to cough there for a second. Oh. Yeah, but it's quite far. But I'd also have to be offered the job first. I'm not gonna just pick up my stuff and move and hope for the best, because that's not going to work either. But yeah, feel free to look it up on the internet. The Houston Boss in Nagasaki, quite an interesting little thing. And also, I don't know if you knew this, but Japan and the Netherlands have a very long history. Oh, my COVID's not completely finished. Yeah, quite a long history. There was a point which is called a so-called period of isolation, where Japan said, "Fuck it, we're closed for business. Don't want to have anything to do with any of you foreign bastards." This is, a few hundred years ago. This is in the 1600s, but around that time. And Japan says, "No, I don't want none of your shit. All you foreign bastards, piss off." Don't want any of that shit. But and one of the reasons for that was because Portuguese had been coming in, and they've been spreading religion and shit around and been using that, and people have been like, hey, we don't want none of this shit, because we're using Buddhism to control the people, and we don't want to use any of your fucking Christianity on that shit. We've got control of the people through Buddhism. You bastards, just stop it. And the Portuguese were like, oh shit, okay. And Japan said, we're closed. No, none of this, none of this shit. Don't like it. And then the Dutch were like, well, listen, man, we only care about money, man. We don't give a shit about religion and stuff. We just want the money. And Japan was like, you sure you're not going to come along and do some of this fucking conversion shit? You're not doing that. And no, we're not even Catholic. We're Protestant, so it doesn't matter. We don't give a shit. You guys do whatever you want. And Japan said, well, fine. The only people we're going to trade with are the Chinese and the Dutch. Maybe a little bit with the Koreans, but the Dutch are the only Westerners we're allowing to trade with officially. And so a long time ago, the Dutch and Japan had this agreement. And yeah. So Japan and the Dutch had this agreement, and they lived happily ever after. Not really, but they did have that special agreement, and other countries couldn't. And it was because of that you had people who were like, you had Germans coming in. There's a famous German who came in as a kind of, I think he came in as a doctor, and they said, oh yeah, he's a Dutch guy, and the Dutch let him in. And he came to document a whole bunch of wildlife in Japan. And there used to be a wolf in Japan, a Japanese wolf that's extinct, and I think he's, hey, yeah, look at that, we got 75 attack and strength, yay, woohoo. But yeah, I think he was one of the only few people to document the Japanese wolf, something like that. But he's quite well known in Japan as being this guy who's done all this science and shit in Japan. Um, yeah, and there's actually a lot of things that are wrongly attributed to the Dutch because of this, this specific point in history that people kind of put as this big special thing that happened, right? And yeah, um, the damn you, you big chunky bastard. Yeah. For example, there's a kind of cake called castella. Castella is an egg made from an egg. It's a castella is a cake made from eggs, with a lot of eggs in it. Okay, it's still a cake. It's kind of a sponge cake, but it's made with a lot of egg. And he he man, I'm losing my mind. I just had to kill this damn thing. And quite often people say, oh yeah, the Dutch brought in the castella. It's not true. It's come from the Portuguese. It's not even a Dutch sounding name. But yeah, things like that. There are things that are wrongly attributed to the Dutch because of that time period where they were the only people who were allowed to trade with Japan. And actually, and another thing that happened, I think maybe about 10 years ago, something like that. Okay, maybe about 10 years ago. I'll have to have a look. And I'll let you go. Let you know on the next live stream. But yeah, maybe about 10 years ago, there was a case where some Japanese people had gone to live in the Netherlands or work in the Netherlands. And they were there and they didn't have a working permit from the Netherlands. And they went to get taken away. They somebody had maybe reported them or something, and they said, no, we can work here. It's fine. And it actually turns out there was an agreement between Japan and the Netherlands from back in that day that said any Japanese person coming to work in the Netherlands can work without a visa, and vice versa. So if Dutch people had gone to Japan, you could have worked there without a visa. And after that came up in a very recent case, that they said, hey, shit, you're not supposed to be working here without a visa, are you? And they said, it's fine, it's fine. And they found out that that was true, that actually it was fine. That actually rules have changed, and now you do have to have a working permit or a visa in order to work in each country for either nationality. But actually, there was a case very recently where that had changed. That was brought back up again. This agreement from however long ago that you didn't need a visa. Yeah, so very interesting. Very interesting. So the Japan and the Netherlands, long history. Long history, yeah. But I mean, if you want to migrate to Japan, it's, yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah, they changed the rules. I'm sorry, yeah. But it is still interesting. It is an interesting case, right? I mean, whether or not you can make use of it anymore. And actually, when I first came to Japan and I heard about that, I actually went to look it up, and I was maybe 2 or 3 years late. Not even that. Even less than that. I was very close to um, what's it called? I was very close to um, that time when the case happened. that I actually first came to Japan at that time, and I thought, hey, you know, I've just missed out on this, because I have my Dutch passport as well, and I would have loved to have been able to just walk in here and go, hey, give me this free working permit, or allow me to work here without any issues. But yeah, I recognize that I had just been like maybe a year or two too late to get that. So yeah, very sad, but it is what it is. Mithril arrows, not quite what I wanted, but I guess I'll take it. That is the 9th Cyclosis I've killed in this live stream, which is nice. Yeah. There's actually a place in Nagasaki, which is probably the reason why this Dutch village theme park place is in Nagasaki. There was a place that was built, and I don't know if the Dutch helped build it. I'm under the impression they probably did because of the expertise of the Dutch is reclaiming land. But there was an island built off the coast of the port, off the edge of the port in Nagasaki, called Dejima. So it's just it means outside island, and that island was created as a place for foreigners, so the Dutch. They could stay there because actually, even though the country was trading with the Dutch, they were not allowing them to, just walk around. You couldn't just go, oh well, they're trading with the Dutch, so we're allowed to just go wherever we want. No, that's not how it was. It was we're trading with the Dutch, but you're not allowed to walk around in the country. You come up to this island. You put 10 people on this island. They had little houses there and everything on the island, and they said, okay, you guys want to trade? We can trade, but that's it. You're not coming in. You're not coming in to walk around. This is not tourism country. This is trading. Just trading. That's what you guys wanted with us. Just trading, and we give you just trading. That's what you get. And so they had that little island, and that little island was off the coast there, and that was used for foreigners to stay there. They obviously, some of them did still leave the island and go places, and actually there was even times that the emperor requested an audience with them, but generally, yeah, you weren't supposed to leave the island as a foreigner. Alright, at least we've reached our goal for today's live stream, which was 75 attack and strength, which is very nice. I'm happy with that. But I'm not going to stop. I'm going to still be here for a few more hours if I can. Was your tattoo expensive? Was it a costly thing? I mean, by the looks of it, it was very big, and you say it took 7 hours, so I'm guessing that's quite expensive. I'm guessing that's not a very cheap endeavor. Depending on what you think is expensive. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't had a tattoo and I don't actually know what an expensive tattoo is. $550. Okay, that's cool. Quite expensive, yeah. It's not. I mean, okay, not too bad. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what the price for tattoos usually is. I mean, it looks very well done, so I'm sure that's a cheap price for the quality. But it's only black, right? There's no other colors in there. I guess if you wanted to have extra other colors put in there, it'd be more expensive. Oof. Okay. So you went in for a one day session then? Something like that. Okay. Well, if I ever want to get a tattoo, I'll come over there and get one from your recommended artist. Because I don't know, I never had an interest in getting one for myself before, but who knows what the future holds. Please apologize. Please apologize. I'm apologizing. I Please accept my apologies for coughing every now and again. My COVID is still in there a little bit, it looks like. What do I still need to do in this chunk? Hello there, Joram. I still need to get 99 attack and strength, and to just finish off Herblore, but the Herblore I'll get that on the way to 99 attack and strength. I need to get 70 Herblore to get to cleaning the herbs I have. So I can't clean the Lanternome yet because I haven't got the level for it. And I also need to clean the dwarf weed. So Cadentine and as well. Okay, and the dwarf weed up here, level 70. But I'm getting that pretty easily with the Jack of Trades, is doing very nice work for me. So I'm happy with that. And just for the next 5 days only, because I missed out on a whole bunch of days due to no fault of my own, and then I had caught COVID and I was bedridden for a few days, 5 days. I was unable to play RuneScape. Well, I was physically, I guess I could have played, but I was just in pain and not in a good shape. So I decided not to play. that for the last 5 days I did not play at all, and so I missed out on 5 days of Jack of Trades. So for the next 5 days only, I will use my Premier artifact to reset Jack of Trades 5 times in total to get 5 days worth of Herblore experience from Jack of Trades that I would have gotten if I didn't catch COVID. That was completely out of my hands. So that's the only time I'm going to use my pay to win artifact, which I don't really like to use. And I will use it for that, just to get back those 5 days worth of Jack of Trades. Unfortunately, I miss out on my training time for, killing Cyclops in that time. But again, that's just the luck of the draw, I guess. I did just hit 75 attack and strength, 10, 15 minutes ago. So that is very nice. A very nice thing indeed. And we're at 167 defenders, 167 dragon defenders. There it is. And 68 cyclopean helmets. Yes, I've killed a fair amount of Cyclosis. Let's have a look. Today we've killed 10. I'm the only person killing stuff in this guild today, so... Yes. Okay. The helmets. So the Cyclosis, if you kill the Cyclosis who spawns every now and again, he has a chance to drop a Cyclopean helmet. You can only get those from the Cyclosis as a drop. And they're not worth much. They don't have any stats. On the Grand Exchange, they're worth about 6k. To elk them, they're 1.8k. They just make you look like the Cyclosis, so they give you that kind of wrapped up in a brown leather bag head with a single eye in the middle. That's it. That's all it is. It's not worth anything. It's not worth any big money, but it's there. So look at that. I have 60 mil worth of wealth, according to the wealth evaluator. I am trying to turn off my microphone every time I cough. I don't know if it's working very well. And another Dragon Defender, 168. Oh yeah, I do also want to get 92 magic this chunk. I just remembered, yeah, 92 magic because of what's it called? Because of Fire Surge. Now that I have a magic weapon, I do have to use Fire Surge now that it is available to me. So 92, and then I could use a Wizard's Mind Bomb beer, which I have some of those, and use that to boost 3 levels to use the spell, which is actually 95 magic. And I'll have to do that at Trolls, but doing that at Trolls is not so bad in comparison to doing melee at Trolls, and the reason for that is because I have the chain ability now, and I don't have to be standing next to 3 trolls to kill 3 trolls. I can just kill 3 at once over and over again very quickly. which actually may even be a bit faster than killing Cyclops. Unfortunately, you can't use Mage at Cyclops anyway. It doesn't work. Excuse me, I've just been coughing again. Yes, so you can't use ranged or mage at Cyclops anyway, so I will have to kill trolls for mage. Yeah, like a month. That's not that much. That's not that much time. I calculated that at least for the 99 attack and strength, it's about 300 hours, and it's not too bad. I mean, as long as I'm actually doing the 300 hours, properly focusing. So it might be a bit more than 300 hours for the 99 attack and strength, but I just have to be focused, keep the kills coming. If I slack off a bit, maybe 400. That's not too bad, really. I quite enjoy the kills at the Cyclops. I'm having fun, and I know for you guys, and I'm sorry for all you guys as well who do watch, because I know that for you guys it's not super interesting to watch me kill Cyclops, like at all. And it's a pity, and I'm sorry that you do have to watch this all. But I want to bring you guys along for the ride in the first place, so I do hope you are able to enjoy at least a little bit of it. But if you can't, then I understand that, and it's fine. I mean, if it means you leave and you come back again when I do hit 99, when I get to that update in the future, then that's completely fine. Hello, Burlap Sack. Nice to meet you. Burlap Sack. I don't know if I've met you before. Have I met you before? At least I hope you're not here to kidnap me. Just stuff me in a burlap sack. Yeah, me too, Austin. Me too. Welcome. Welcome. Oh dear. I've run out of prayer. Let's see if I can still make it through this kill alive. Hey, there we go. Cyclopean helmet for whoever said that a moment ago. It was Joram. There we go. There's a Cyclopean helmet, and I'll quickly show you what it looks like. So here you can see it has no stats. So when I mouse over it, there's no stats. Just like here, if you mouse over the sword here, you see all the stats for it. There's nothing here. If you put it on, that's how you look. It looks nice, but it has no stats. It doesn't do anything. It's just for looks. So, yeah. Throw the vial away. There we go. Get all this stuff in here. And I don't mean throw it away, I mean throw it in the bank. I keep all of my vials, and then every now and again I go and fill them up with water. So I have some vials of water. Well, Burlap, I'll tell you right now, I'm absolutely serious about this. Yeah, it's underwhelming. It's true. But I have 69 of them. Nice. Yes, I will tell you though, Burlap, I am serious about this. I mean, I didn't give up when I was doing my rabbits, and I didn't give up when I was doing my trolls. And I'm not about to give up now. But yes, it will take a bit of time. Take about a month of in-game time. Oh, I said about 300 to 400 hours, which is not too bad. Yeah, you know those helmets, they were a little bit more expensive back then. It's true. Yeah, now they're 6K on the Grand Exchange. At the very least, everybody, I am here. I'm planning on staying online um, today for 3 to 4 hours, maybe even 5 hours, depending on how things go. So do be looking forward to my long, boring grind for that amount of time. I mean, of course, you don't have to stay the entire time, but at the very least, I'm not going to be going offline very quickly today. Trying to go for a nice long stream today. And for those of you who are wondering, I mean, I have only like, and don't take the word only in the wrong way. I mean, I'm super appreciative, but I have only something like 470 subscribers, so there's no monetization or anything like that. You know, I'm not gaining any money or anything out of, doing these streams or making videos. I am doing it just for the fun of it. I'm not doing it to be a super serious, awesome YouTuber or anything like that. Um, just I just putting that out there. I don't want you guys to think I'm making my videos to get money out of anybody. I'm just here to have fun and make sure I don't kill myself because I have a task to do. Oh shit, I forgot to refresh my prayer points. No. Okay, let's go get prayer points. But yeah, no, I am severely autistic, and because of that, I don't like to stop a task once I'm on it. And actually, to be perfectly honest, it took me, how long did it take? It took me 16 years to max my first account. Yeah, there's that too, Burlap, you're right. But it took me 16 years to max my first account, okay? 16 years. And mainly because there's too much. There's too much, and I can't, being a pure being of, autistic garbage that I am, I can't focus on too many things. There's too many things going. My best two-hander is well, I have an adamant two-hander, and I also have a adamant halberd. But I'm using the weapons I'm using. So wait a minute. I have the halberd there, and the two-hander sword there. But I'm using the sword and the Dragon Defender for two reasons. One is that there is the location that I choose to stand in this area in the Cyclops room. There's about 5 or 6 Cyclops that respawn over and over again that are weak to stab. So there's that one, which makes it so I can kill them easier, faster. Cyclossus is also weak to stab, by the way. Thanks, Thanks for that. Yeah, no, so I'm super autistic, but I can't focus on too many different things. So, focusing on teaching at work, that's one thing. Like, that's just teach. I don't care about like the stuff. I just have to focus on teaching. That's good. But in RuneScape, there are so many things. There's so many different ways to train and do things and get stuff done, and it's too much. Like that's the only reason I like quests, because the quests, they give you a goal. They say like, go to the end of the quest, and I can focus on that. I can be like, okay, even if there's 100 things to do in the quest, I'm focused on the idea of get to the end of the quest. But when I've been playing like to train, to grind, you get to the next level and it says, oh, now you can cut U longbows. I'm like, shit, now I have to cut U longbows. Or do I stick with U short bows? But it's more XP from the longbows, and it's what do and something like that, and it messes me up. Yeah, I'm a teacher. I teach English. Bill App. I teach English here in Japan, and yeah, and because of that, it took me 16 years to max my main account, my first account. Well, yeah, the account that I was using, and on this account on Chunket, I've used a fraction of the time doing some of the worst XP. Ah, yeah, the kill per hour. Yeah, um, but yeah, because of that, I've actually even been on some of the worst XP in the game, killing rabbits, trolls, and cyclops. Now, these these are the only things I've been killing, and my level up speed has been faster than the level up speed I had on my main account in the last 16 years. Well, last 16 in the 16 years it took me to hit max, because I'm focusing on just a single thing. My autism goes, okay, I'll accept that, and that works really well. Which is why I'm really enjoying the Cyclops grind, as boring as it is in terms of content for you guys. For me, this is incredible. This is just like this is the nicest feeling, the most calming feeling, to just be able to kill one thing and focus on one task continuously. It just makes it so easy for me. So yeah, yeah. So the kill per hour, the legacy using a two-hander, that's true. But the thing is, if I use a two-hander, Cyclosis won't spawn. If I use the defender, Cyclosis do spawn, and that's the second reason. So the first reason is because I can kill faster using the the guys who spawn here. I can use stab to kill these guys who are weak to stab. But the second reason is to get the Cyclosis to spawn, and the Cyclosis has better drops. And because he has better drops, I want to get those drops. Like, I've got sharks. I have had 10 sharks. I accidentally ate one, so I have 9 sharks. But yes, I have sharks, and it's only because I'm able to kill Cyclosis. And I can only kill Cyclosis because I have the Dragon Defender equipped. Cyclosis can only be damaged by wielding the Defender. You can't damage him with another weapon, so you can't spawn him using the Defender and then switch to a better weapon. You have to use that to kill him. And so there's that as well, and I want to have that. I want to have those kills. I also have the, and I can't show you that now because I'm shit at, streaming and stuff like that. But I also have the rune metrics now. So you can see XP per hour is 67k, not bad. Yeah, 53k. But I also have it for the drops, so I can show you that in a later video. But you can see all of the drops separated by what enemy I've killed. And yeah, I'm getting quite good drops from Cyclosis in comparison to the Cyclops. Half the time anyway. Sometimes I get nothing from the bastard, and it is annoying. It is very annoying. But yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the total drop log at the end. Like Austin mentioned earlier in the chat. Yes, to see the entire drop log will be nice. I mean, I'm already at 5.3k black knives and offhand black knives as well. And I'm almost at 200 for a few of these salvage pieces. I think a couple of them I already am at 200 pieces. Yeah, the spawn rate's pretty poor, man. Sometimes I get 4 or 5 in a row, and sometimes I get 0 for a few, maybe 500 kills. Let's have a look. All of the kills that are on today's signpost are all mine. I have made all of these kills, so let's read the signpost. Today, 385 Cyclops and 12 Cyclosis, which means that's been a pretty decent spawn rate. That's been quite a lot. But usually I can kill 500 Cyclops and get no Cyclosis. And then I have days where like today I've had a few kills where I've had 3 or 4 Cyclosis in a row. So yes, I will be. I will be uploading all of my room metrics data to the wiki. I promise you that. Don't worry about that at all. I will give it to you. It was already my plan to do so. I have a few more bonds so I can top up the rune metrics payment. One of my delightful... Yes, 420p seems to be the highest quality available, and the reason being, I wish I knew. I've tried to update it to have a higher thing, but I can't figure out how to do it. I've set the quality to highest. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, Zophriax. I don't know how to do it because I'm shit at streaming. I'm really sorry. I really wish I knew what I had to do to make it better. I've set the bitrate higher. It was originally like the default was 2000. I've set it to 6000. I wish I could make it better. I really do, because I want you guys to have a better experience, but I have no idea how to make it better. I really don't. I'm using what's it called? OBS. And so yeah, if anyone here is an OBS expert and they want to give me their advice, please do that, because I have no idea what I'm doing. The fact that I've got streaming working at all even surprises me, because I am shit at this stuff. Oh well, I'm sorry for the poor quality, I really am. I'll try and make sure that my uploads in the future will be better quality. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. Oh. Worst streamer on YouTube. Do I get an award for that? Worst streamer on YouTube award? This guy sucks so bad we gave him an award anyway? No? Nothing like that? So, everybody, where in the world are you at the moment, and what time is it? It is here 10:55 at night, and I am here in Japan. For dinner, I had some nice little slivers of steak. Not really big steak. It's not it's not cheap. Meat over here in Japan is not usually cheap. Had some rice. Um, had some potato salad. Surprising. They don't usually have potato salad in my house because my wife doesn't like mashed potatoes or stuff like that. So potato salad was a nice treat, and just some other, stir-fried vegetables, things like that. Was my nice dinner. How about you? How about all of you guys? I mean, I don't know what time it is where you are. What did you have for lunch, dinner, breakfast? Anything nice? 3 p.m. in Prague. Beautiful sun. Ah, yeah, we had nice weather today as well. We had nice weather today as well over here in Japan. I live in the old capital. I don't live in the current capital. I live in the old capital. Who can tell me what is the old capital of Japan? Who knows? Any guesses? 10 a.m. in the US? Well, getting closer to lunch then, are we? What's your plan for lunch then, Burlap? Oh yes, what are you having for your well, it is Kyoto. It's not Edo. Edo is the name of Tokyo from a long time ago. Tokyo used to be called Edo. But no, I live in Kyoto. Kyoto is the old capital. Used to be the capital, was the capital for over 1,000 years. But now the capital is Tokyo. Tokyo used to be called Edo. Um, a little over 100 years ago, maybe almost 140 years ago. It was in 1878, I think, something like that. 76. No, the current capital is Tokyo. Current capital is Tokyo. Yeah, but something like that. 1870, something, 1886, maybe something like that. Anyway, 130, 140 years ago. Um, the there was an upheaval. There was a change in the system. Yeah. Um, there was an upheaval in the system. It used to be an emperor. Oh no, it used to be the shogun system. It had the shogunate, so it was a military government with the shogun at the top. The shogun was then the top military commander. At the time, though, when the upheaval happened, I mean, it wasn't really. It was more ceremonial in terms of position. It wasn't so much a. Well, I'm not actually British. I am from New Zealand originally, um, with Dutch roots. My roots, my parents are Dutch, but I'm from New Zealand. Yes. What am I doing in Japan? I'm teaching. My wife is Japanese. I teach English. I have I have a child who is then half Japanese, and yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh, my first adamant arrows. Okay, nice. Um, Yes, so there was an upheaval, everybody. There was an upheaval of the governing system, where the shogunate system changed to a emperor-centric system, and that happened. And before that happened, um, all of Japan was split up and separated in a different way. The way that Japan was separated before was more or less based on a more ancient sort of set of principles, where people had divided land, in their own ways. And when they switched system, when they said, "Look, we're getting rid of the shogun system, we're putting in this emperor system," one of the things they did. All right, Burlap, you have a nice one, mate. Thank you for coming by. I'm happy to have met you. Nice to see you come by today. Yeah. So what they did is they said, well, what we need to do is we need to make a change. And why do we need to make a change? Because people were very loyal to their localities. Okay, so they were in these separated sort of sections, these regions in Japan, and they were very loyal to these regions. They didn't want to um, be governed in such a strong way, almost very similar to the idea of the United States wanting to have um, separate laws for separate states and things like that. And they wanted to keep their own ideas, but in order to but at the time, let me say this a different way. At the time when they switched over this governing system, that was done by force, and that was done by two of these locations, two of these localities banded together. They overthrew the old government, and they installed the emperor system. And when they did this, they said, well, listen, we don't want this to happen again. We don't want these people to band together like we did and overthrow this system. So what they did is they said, we need to get rid of the idea that people have a loyalty to a location, and we also want to get in a way of not only get rid of this loyalty to the location, but make it so that there's no way that these people can kind of draw back to these kind of ancient roots of um, their old locations. Their old locations actually were warring clans a long time in the past. And so what they did is they said, we're going to redraw the map of Japan. Yeah, that's right. We're going to redraw the map of Japan. And so actually the locations we have now, they call them prefectures. And these prefectures were drawn up at the time when this change happened. And the reason they did that was to remove the loyalty. Do I know any other active RST Chunkman accounts? I do. Oh, I do actually. I do. I know a few, but not on YouTube. I don't. Why is that, French Scaper? Tell me what would you like to know? Would you um the Yakuza wasn't really the protector of the common people, so that's another long story. We'll go into that one in just a minute. I can tell you about that as well. So, for those of you who don't know and think I'm talking out my ass, I majored in Japanese culture and society at university here in Japan. I did my university degree here in Japan, and I majored in Japanese society and culture. I did it with a heavy focus on history. So uh, I do know a little bit about this because I did have to study quite a bit about it. Um, so the way it works is like this. They redrew the map of Japan and they said, let's make these prefectures, let's make it different. They actually moved a bunch of these people around and they said, look, now the people who were in control over here are now in control over there, and they moved people around and they changed their locations. And actually, that had happened. Yes, there is. There is French Caper. There is a RS3 Chunkman Discord, and I can share that with you soon. I will share that with you in the chat in a minute. All right. If you'd like, there is an RS3 Chunkman Discord. Yeah, and so that was what happened, and that is why Kyoto is Kyoto and Edo was the old place. And the reason that the capital changed was because when they installed the emperor system, the capital was the location of where the emperor was. And the location of the emperor changed to Tokyo. They moved the emperor to Tokyo. Yeah, the Discord in the description of the video is my Discord. It's not the Chunkman Discord. It's just my personal Discord, but which is it's a different one. Yeah. So that's why Tokyo is the capital, because the emperor moved to Tokyo at the end of the Edo period, and when they redistricted everything. The Yakuza is a second topic. Not so much the protector of the common people, but more a group of people who were built on the bones, or not the bones, but I want to say built on the backs of those who were outcasts. So throughout Japanese history, and not only Japan, this happens all around the world in multiple different societies, but in no, the Japanese people are fairly, they quite like the emperor in Japan. Just a moment. Excuse me. Correct, that's right. The emperor is not moving to the capital moves to the emperor. That is correct. And people in Japan, they quite like the emperor. In my old work, when I was teaching adults, I quite often had the discussion of what do you think about the emperor with some of my higher level students. And no, yeah, a lot of them, they were quite happy, and they said, yeah, no, I like to have him around, and he's a nice guy, and he's good, and so on. Compared to the past, now there is a difference, and the big reason for the difference is in the past, the emperor himself was a lot more secretive. Okay, you didn't really see him around. You could see his portrait. Yes, he is currently a token figure. That's right, and that is one of the reasons that they still like him. But in the past, you saw his portrait, you didn't see him, the actual figure, a lot, and he was always kept in high esteem, which meant, looking at World War II, the emperor at that time, which is Emperor Showa, he, people hadn't really seen him, a lot of people. They were told he was around, and they said, he's this godlike figure, which, according to the Japanese emperor law, he is a direct descendant, after however many people, from a person who was a god. So he is then therefore carrying the blood of this god in some way, shape, or form. And because of the fact that he wasn't really seen, he was only talked about. Yeah, people at that time had a lot more reverence for this imaginary being, almost. Okay, you have to imagine that if you can't see, and he was actually very recently succeeded. So recently we just ended the Heisei era, and we have just entered the Reiwa era, because we have a new emperor just 3 years ago. We're in the third year of Reiwa now. So this is the third Reiwa year. There is a Japanese calendar which counts by how long the emperor has been the emperor. The previous emperor was the first emperor to abdicate, which means to step off the throne, in however many hundreds of years because it had been forbidden. But the previous emperor was in very bad health, and he said, "Look, if you motherfuckers don't let me get off the throne, I'm gonna be pissed off." And so he said, I'm off," you know. Excuse me, I keep coughing. Yeah, no, so he's not the last emperor, but yeah, so people generally like him in comparison to the previous emperor, where they kind of revered him because they didn't really know who he was. There's a famous photo from the end of the Second World War where the Showa emperor is standing next to MacArthur. MacArthur, who was the lead. What was he called again? The high priest of the military. I can't remember what they called him again. Anyway, he was the big honcho, the head honcho of the military, who was occupying Japan at the end of the war. And there's a photo of him standing next to the emperor. And he's much taller than the emperor. And the emperor just stood there. And this image was passed around in Japan, and it was a kind of way of humanizing him to say, look, he's just a guy, and not only is he just a guy, but look at this dude standing next to him. You know? Look at him. He's much taller. He's a much bigger guy, and your emperor is just this guy. He's just a man just standing here. Yeah, he's nothing. He's just a dude. And they let him keep him. They said, look, you guys can keep him as your emperor. You guys can love him. Whatever you like. But he's just a dude. You know, he's not this god that you guys had been fed. You know, they'd been fed this idea of he's this fucking awesome guy. And they really humanized him through that. So yeah, that was what happened with the emperor. And so I was back to the Yakuza. Throughout Japanese history, there have been outcasts, and there have been outcasts in every society, in every country around the world. And Japanese outcasts, you know, they have very long history, and they keep going along. And even now, there are people who are super, super anti-outcast. And by outcast, they are talking about people who are outcast in previous systems. They no longer exist. These outcast systems no longer exist as they used to. There used to be castes in Japan. And, you know, I think even in India they still have castes. I'm not too sure of that. I'm not an Indian history expert, but I think they do. And there used to be castes in Japan, and there were outcasts. And a lot of outcasts were based on their occupation. So people who worked with death, people who worked with blood. Butchers were outcasts. People who were in the funeral business, they were outcasts. People who had to deal with a dead body, not monks, but people who had to pick up and carry the dead bodies around. Yeah, they were outcasts. People who worked with leather, they were outcasts. And among others, there were a lot of outcasts, unclean people. And they had different names depending on what kind of outcast they were. If they were an outcast because they were criminals, they were called hinin. But if they were outcasts because they were doing dirty work, yeah, I know those. I know that though. But you know, in terms of actual government enforced castes, okay, and I guess you could still kind of argue the point, but you know, the castes in Japan were if you were born a farmer, you're a farmer. If you were born an artisan, you're an artisan. If you were born a warrior, you're a warrior. There was no. That's the difference in the caste system of what we have. Of course, we have the rich getting richer and so on, but it's a little bit different. But anyway, you had these outcasts, and once you know society changed, caste system changed, and a bunch of other things happened. You had people who were still being treated like shit because they were former outcasts. or their families were former outcasts. And there are even people today who still get found out as being the descendants of outcasts and get treated as if they're shit. And it's true, it happens still to this very day. And because of that, this group, these groups, I should say, because it's not just one, but Yakuza are formed originally from these kinds of people who were shit on by society, and they said, let's band up. Let's do something about it. Well, the Yakuza... Listen, then, how can I say this? The Yakuza themselves are not legal. But what they do is they operate like a company. They operate like a company. And they just work like a very dirty, nasty company. Okay, they don't work like a nice company. They're just a very mean, dirty company. And that's why they can get by a lot of the time as they do. But they also still do a lot of illegal activities as well. But they also do things which are kind of... how do I want to say this? They do things to try and change perception of themselves. So they have a lot of money, a lot of dirty money as well. It used to be, before COVID, every year they held a Halloween party for kids in Osaka, one of the big cities in Japan. You could go there with your kids, and they would hand out big candy and nice stuff. Halloween party for kids. And lots of people went. After the big earthquakes happened, the big earthquake and the tsunami that happened in Fukushima, where they hit the nuclear power plant with the tsunami, yeah, the Yakuza donated, tons of bottles of, pure water for the people there, and all kinds of other things. They made big donations to help the people. And you might be thinking, hey, that sounds really nice. But I also discussed this with some of my Japanese students, and they say, well, listen, if they do this, it gives them a reason to say, you owe us. It's not out of the kindness of their hearts. It's out of their way of saying, hey, listen, we did this for you. We deserve something in return, be it leniency, or that you look the other way when something happens. They don't really donate bottles of water to tsunami victims out of the kindness of their heart. So, but at the same time, I mean, these days, who knows what kind of people are in these groups? But definitely, they did start off with roots in disenfranchised groups that were certainly treated worse than the rest. And they ended up in the situation they are now, where they have people who do illegal things, and they also have legal fronts where they hide their business in. But yes, that is a very watered down and very simplistic way of talking about the Yakuza in Japan. They are not your typical thugs. You might experience some thuggery from some lower level Yakuza members, but generally, almost like the Italian mobsters, yeah. But the difference I think you might find with Yakuza and maybe other kinds of mafias is that if you nudge one in the street, they might not care. They might even say, "Oh, that's okay." There was actually one. I have an interesting story about the Yakuza. It's very interesting. My wife, not my wife. Let me say, my wife's friend. Okay, so not my wife herself, not directly, but my wife's friend. She, um, she had an experience with the Yakuza. Okay, and the way it went is like this. So my wife's friend is on her way somewhere on her little moped. She's driving a little moped bike thing, and she's driving past a cemetery, and for some reason, she and another person crash. They crash a moped and a moped. They crash into each other, and they go, "Oh fuck! Okay, now we have to call the police and blah blah blah. Call our insurances and everything like this." And within a few seconds, there's about 20 dudes in suits running over to them out of the cemetery. And they said, "Don't call the police." They gave both of them, the person that my wife's friend had crashed into, and also then the other person who'd crashed. They said, here's $5,000. My wife's friend, yeah, no, I know my wife's friend. She's a nice lady. Um, and they said, here's $5,000. This stack of cash. Here's $5,000 each. Don't call the police. Go fix up your stuff and to fuck off. And it looks like that they had been, holding either some kind of funeral or some kind of meeting or doing something in the cemetery, and they just didn't want to have any police showing up. Yeah. And so they just said, "Here, look, here's money. Fuck off. You guys crashed. I know. Go get your shit fixed, but just fuck off and don't get any police to this place." And so, in comparison to, perhaps I don't know. I have never experienced, and I don't really know too much about other mobs, other mafia. But I don't know if that would be the kind of reaction you might receive from other mafias. They might intimidate you or something like that. These ones, they said, "No, here, take the money. Look, here's some money. Go fix your stuff. Just don't get the police over here." And that's how it went. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if other mafias would be like that, but in any case, she had that sort of experience. Yeah. So yeah, but I mean, Japan Japan has a very interesting sort of way of all of these kinds of things. Not just mafia or emperor systems, but there's a lot of these kinds of things that are a little bit strange or done a little bit differently. Um, yeah. I mean, one of the things that I did research on is um, traditions. Traditions and, so-called long-lasting. Yeah, perhaps less petty. Yeah. Um, I done some research on so-called long-lasting sort of culture or traditions. And one thing that's very interesting in Japan is a lot of people here are very, and I think this is actually quite a common sort of built-up idea around the world, not only Japan, have this love for the countryside. The love for the hometown. Where we came from. Oh, back in the old countryside where we all came from, you know. There's this real love for that, and everybody has their idea of, oh yes, my old uncle's wife's grandfather, yeah, he still lives in the countryside out in the old farmhouse that belonged to our family or something like this. But the really interesting thing about that is um, that may be the case, that their distant relative lives in the countryside, but the so-called hometown that they feel they have this belonging to this hometown that has this long history and that our family has been from there from generations. It doesn't really make a lot of sense when, as I mentioned to you earlier, you know, just a little over 100 years ago, the country was completely redistricted. People moved around and shuffled from here to there and the other place so that they wouldn't have a loyalty to their own location anymore. And then if you go even further back, that people moved from town to town. People couldn't get along living in towns for long periods of time. Japanese history has a very, very long and steady amount of almost nomadic movement where people would not stay in their same town for a very long time. Yet there is a very strong sort of nostalgia factor for, oh, my hometown, which we've lived in for generations and generations and generations, which it just simply doesn't work that way. And there's a lot of these kinds of ideas, you know, these very traditional sounding ideas which just don't add up when you look at the historical record of how people have lived in Japan. And yeah, there's just this real love for that kind of stuff over here. And I haven't, it's not that it's a bad thing, and I have no disrespect for anybody who feels that way, but you know, it's when you look at the historical record of how things have worked and how things are in reality now, that it's very different. What are we grinding for? We're grinding for 99 attack and strength. We are at 172 dragon defenders. And 69 hats. I think. Yeah, 69 hats. And you probably know there's a lot of other things about Japanese history that I think you guys probably know. So, for example, like ninjas. A bit overstated what it is, what a ninja is. You probably heard some of the stuff, you know, a lot of people talk about that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, ninjas. Ninja is yeah, I mean I'm going for 99 at Cyclops, yeah. I don't think there's anywhere else I can really go for it, so yeah, it'll be Cyclops all the way. Ah yes, I'll fix those. Thank you, Zofriax, I'll fix those today. Yeah, so the ninjas, yeah, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Just regular dudes, you know, dressed as farmers and stuff like that. Pretty much more just regular spies. You had some kind of throwing weapons, like the throwing stars, but not really proper what you'd expect throwing stars to look like. More just like sharp, pointy crosses, more like a plus sign rather than a a star, none of these stylized looking things. Yeah, not really big things. You know, no, they're not walking on water. They're not all dressed in black. Yes, no shuriken. Shuriken, like I said, they do exist, but just not in the sense of what you might imagine they would have looked like. They look very different to the images of shuriken. They don't all dress in black. They dress in your regular farmer's sort of clothes or something like that. Yeah, no, nothing like that. Nothing, no inward bent diamond, but just a standard couple of pieces of straight metal with pointed edges on them, and then throw it at somebody. But more, you know, caltrops, things like that, things where they drop them so that they go in the horse's feet. That kind of stuff. But not so much the kind of stuff you'd expect from the movies and the shows and things like that about. Yes, Postman, the Chunkman Discord. Let me do that right now for you, my friend. Give me a second. Chunkman Discord, Chunkman Discord. How do I do that? Copy. Here we are. Is that visible? Please tell me if you can see it. I've just posted the Chunkman Discord. Can you see that? If you can't see it, I will try it. You got it? Okay, great. Perfect. That is the Chunkman Discord. Of course, there is my own Discord that I do have in the description of most of my videos. You don't have to join it. It's not obligatory, of course, but it is very much just extra content. Whenever I get a level up, I add a screenshot in there of my level ups, because I do a lot of my training on the train on my commute to work or my commute home from work. So I do that quite often. Yeah. So if you do want to see some extra content, again, completely free. I'm not doing this for money, so don't worry about that. It's completely free. You can join my Discord as well, which will be in the description box of either this video or anyway in my main series videos. It is in there if you want to join and just see some extra content. Of course, if you'd like to, have a voice chat or just, leave some messages for when I'm not around, feel free. I'm happy to see those in the Discord as well. So if you do want to join the Discord, please join my Discord as well. It is available in the description box. But yes, back to 2-hour commute to work. It is in some places, yeah. I mean, hey, everybody, look at this. Level 60 prayer. There we go. Blessed spirit shields. We got chivalry. But I need to do that thing first. The quest. And I also got 89. 89 combat. Yeah, well, as you can expect, employers tend to lie. Yeah. So this is what happened. I got promised a place closer to home starting from April, because actually there's a classroom not even 2 minutes walk from my house, okay, that I could teach at. And I mean seriously, not even 2 minutes walk from my house. And I work there at the moment twice a month. And I was promised from April to work there a lot more than twice a month. Because April is when the school semester starts in Japan. And when the new semester starts, they could put in a new teacher, is what I was told. And when it came to my new schedule for April, it didn't have that in there. And I was not happy. And I actually talked to my manager and I said, listen, what the fuck is this shit? You told me that I would be working close to home. And he said, yeah, well, I tried, but I couldn't get you in there. Too bad. You're just going to have to live with it. And I said, well, that's not good enough. And I went to his boss, which was the next manager, the block manager. And he said to me, yeah, well, I'm good friends with that guy, and I know he's a good guy, and he probably tried his best, and so I think you got to deal with that. And when I found out that they were good friends, I straight away thought, well, talking to you has no point, because if you're good friends, it doesn't matter if the guy shot me or not. You're probably going to say, no, he's fine. And so I was unfortunate with that, and I may have shot myself in the foot with that by going past my manager and going to his boss. But we'll find that out in due course. In any case, yeah, so I haven't been given the shift that I was told I would be given when I had my interview to start this job, which is really, really sad. I mean, at the very least, I still have the job, which is good. Good to have a job. Yeah, but yeah, that's unfortunate. So the 2 hour commute, it happens quite commonly in Japan. It does, yes. You have people living in Kyoto and they go to Osaka, an hour and a half commute. Some of my coworkers, they live in Osaka and they come up to Kyoto to work every single day. Okay, so I work for a company that sends teachers to schools just to teach English. So teaching English in Japan is pretty poor from the get-go. So there's different companies that they say, well, listen, we got teachers, we send them to schools. We'll send them to your school, and we got native English-speaking teachers. So at the very least, they can speak English well. In the most cases, right? But you have in most Japanese schools, you have teachers who teach English by the book, and they can't even speak English properly themselves. Okay, so the English education standard in Japan is very low. Most Japanese people can't speak English. My wife can't speak English. I've tried to teach her, but she just hates studying, so it doesn't work. But yeah, in any case, Japanese people have a very poor standard for English learning. So these companies, they say, look, we'll send out dudes to your school. They'll teach the English. It will be much better. And so that's what I do. And there's a school next door to my house. So my company has a classroom at the school that's next door to my house. And when I had my job interview for this job, I said, great. Next door to my house? That's brilliant. If I can work there. She speaks Japanese, Cody. And thanks for joining. So yeah, and I speak Japanese. So yeah, we speak Japanese together. But yeah, Yes, like that, like that, like that. That's right. Zofriak's kind of like that. Um, it's really interesting. You should see some of the textbooks that the kids. I don't get paid for the commute. They pay for the tickets, but I don't get paid for the time. Yeah, so my agency is not like the agency for the Czech Republic. It's more like we have people living in Japan. They don't really specifically drag people in from other countries. They say, well, look, you want to come and help? You can get a job here. Yeah, and yeah, they they have that problem. And so what happens is my company, they have a classroom next to my house. I said, I want to work there. The guy said, yes, we can make you work there from April when the new semester starts. And I'm not getting that. And so from April, I'll still be making every month, at least twice a month, a 2 hour commute there and back. I don't get paid for the 2 hours on the train, but I do get they do pay for the tickets, so I don't have to pay for any tickets, which is at least one good thing. But yes, I do have to make one 2 hour commute twice a month, there and back, 2 hours there, 2 hours back, which is unfortunate, but yeah. Yeah, but I mean, in your case though, I mean, Europe's right there, right? Is the English education bad in the Czech Republic? Or is it generally okay? Oops. Get rid of all those. Yeah, I can't speak Korean, but I can speak Japanese. And Japanese, though, Cody, it's nice to learn. Um, yeah. What can I say? Ah, just for practicing. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, it's pretty bad over here. But yeah, no, Japanese is nice, but yeah, it takes a bit of work, and it's one of those things where if you can't get a grasp of how different the grammar is and how different things work, it's quite difficult. Um, if you can really get a fair idea of understanding the grammar of it, then the rest really falls into place by itself. The vocab and everything is quite easy to pick up if you can just get the grasp of how everything else fits together. But okay, I digress. Um, yeah, so the the system here, and it's very, very common actually that people make quite long commutes, and it gets even worse when you get to Tokyo. Okay, in my area, so a 2 hour commute's not actually that bad. You have it really bad when you get to Tokyo. Now, um, in in Tokyo, you have people living quite far out of town because the rent inside Tokyo is ridiculously expensive. Yeah. You have people living quite far out of town, so they take 2 or even 3 hour commutes to the office. Yeah. Because of the cost of rent. And then you think that's bad. They have, and I think I mentioned this in an earlier stream, they have something called Man in Densha. Oh, there we go, level 72 HP. Yay! Man in Densha. So Densha is train, and Man in is full of people. Train. And you might have seen it, and if you look up on the internet, and you don't have to type it in Japanese, you can type it in English, full train in Tokyo. And you look that up. You look up the full trains in Tokyo, and you can see videos of people being forced into the train by the guys on the platform, by the staff on the platform. There's just so many people, and then they're trying to close the door while they're jamming the people in there. Okay? They're really, really jamming the people in there like it's a can of sardines that they want to really close rather than open the can of sardines. They're trying to close the can of sardines. And they push those motherfuckers. And they really jam them in there. It's not something where you say, oh well, it must be a rare case. No, it happens every single day. There's a couple of those videos you can see on the internet. You look them up, and the glass in the doors, the glass windows in the doors breaks. It shatters while there's people in the train. They're trying to go to work, and there's just so many people in there that when they finally close the doors, that the pressure of all the people pushing back after they've just been pushed a whole bunch into the train just smashes the window. Yeah, in India is pretty bad. Yeah, but imagine that you have to be wearing a nice suit every single day to work. You have to wear a suit every single day to work. You carry your briefcase, you get into this train jam-packed full of people. Then you do a 3-hour commute to work. And on the way home, you do it all again in reverse. And so in Japan, when you're in places like Kyoto or Osaka, where there's a lot less people, it's not as bad. But in Tokyo, yeah, you're doing a 3-hour commute to go to work because it's too expensive to live uh, in Tokyo, in the town. So yeah, I mean the trains they've already got trains like one every 3 minutes or something. So it's not like they haven't got enough trains. They got a lot of trains. It's like, yeah, like literally one every 3 minutes or 4 minutes, something like that. Especially in the places where they're getting those full trains, it's like one every 4 minutes. And it actually got worse at a certain point because at a certain point they installed what they call women-only trains. And you might be, and for any of you who think this is a bad idea, it's actually a very good idea. Japanese men are the most under-sexualized, over-sexualized people in the world. And that doesn't make any sense at all, to be both under-sexualized and both over-sexualized. They have this in Japan. You know the memes, you know the stuff, right? Like the tentacles and stuff, right? All that kind of stuff. There's that extreme. There's that extreme, and then there's the opposite extreme, where there's nothing, where it's plain boring, nothing. Sex doesn't exist. Okay? Those are the two extremes you have in Japan. And because of this, you do end up with a lot of men who end up losing the capability to understand the barrier where fantasy ends and reality begins between sexual fantasy and reality. And you end up with a lot of men who molest. They grab, touch women in the train, and it happens so often. It happens so often that having a women-only car in the train is one of like the best ways to help defend against that, because it's just people do it so often. There was a case that happened, and not only that, it gets really bad for the person who does it. Like, they know the consequences of their actions, but because of this kind of weird disconnect between fantasy and reality in the sexual world in Japan, they they lose their ability to differentiate that whole thing, and they just do stupid shit. Yes, no sex education. Well, Trico, I ask you now, if you manage to do it, I don't want to see your octopus babies, your half human, half octopus babies. Please do not show me those. I'm not interested. But yes, there's no good sex education system in Japan. Um, yeah, but what can I say? Because of that, yeah. So the thing that happens to the men who do that is their whole family gets dragged through the mud. There was a case recent. How long ago was that? How long have I been in Japan? Too long. Um, but yes, there was a case not too long ago. Happened since I came to Japan. I think it happened in the first or second year when I was in Japan. I was still living in the middle of Kyoto City back then. Now I live a bit further out. At that time, I was reading in the news a man who had a wife and two children. His name, not only the fact that he had done something, but his name, and because everybody in Japan is referred to by their family name, not by their first names, everybody is referred to by their family name. A man, and if I remember correctly, he was either a doctor or a professor, one of those two. It's easy to mix up doctors. A doctor or a professor or something like that. And he had a wife and two kids, and his name, his age, his profession, right? All of those things were published in the newspaper, and all he did, and still, it's bad. Don't get me wrong. Don't take my words the wrong way. It's bad. What he did was bad. But even then, it was still light in terms of what he did in terms of sexual assault. There was a girl, maybe a high school or college age girl, wearing a skirt, who had fallen, supposedly, as far as he could tell, fallen asleep on the train, and he went to take a photo up her skirt with his smartphone. Okay? She had fallen asleep, and he went to take a photo up her skirt with his smartphone, and he got caught. His entire family was dragged through the mud, and you know, his everything about him was published in the newspaper. Everything. So imagine that. Imagine you get, I don't know. Imagine you steal. Let's say you steal a hamburger from your job at the McDonald's, and then your entire family is shat on because of it. His kids would have to stay home from school. Your dad is a molester, you know. His wife wouldn't be able to go back to work the next day. She'd probably have to get new friends. If she had friends in the that area, she'd probably have to find new people to be friends with, because they'd be like, dude, your husband's a fucking molester. Like, what the hell? Like, it's such a thing in Japan that the moment that something like this happens, you're not you're not going to be able to walk away from it. It's embedded in your family now. yeah, you're screwed pretty much. Your whole family's screwed. If you do something like that, you're caught, you're done. You can forget about any kind of I'm sorries. It's over. And so the men who do this kind of stuff, they know what's going to happen to them and what's going to happen to their family. So yeah, because of that disconnect in Japan, they have the women's only car, and because they have the women's only car, there's one less car that can be, jam-packed full with every single person on the platform because men can't be pushed in there. So that makes it so that the train cars are less easy to fill in the rush hour because there's one car where some of the women they don't. It's not a requirement to take the woman only car. Of course, you can take any car if you're a woman, but they don't. Some of them don't choose to take that car. They don't want to. They just go on a regular train car, and with that, they the women's only car tends to have a lot less people than all of the other cars. And so then you end up having a very, very, very full train and one car with, just a few women in it in comparison. So, trains. That's how it is. Gotta love them trains. Yep. You going to Japan for Christmas this year? What's your plan? What's your plan for Japan? Where are you going in Japan? Going to go for a travel around? Or are you going to stick to one place? Or what's your idea, Mr. BMX? How long have I lived in Japan? I came to Japan. What year is it now? 2022. I have lived in Japan for 9 years. 8 years. Not 9 years, 8 years. Forgive me, I'm not a math guy. I speak English. I'm an English teacher. I don't do math. Yes, 8 years. 8 years in Japan. That's right. I'm a very good at rapping man. I do a good rap from time to time, and I'm sure all of you can tell that I'm good at rhyme. Oh, that was another good one. You guys. A privilege to be in my awesome rapping man ability man thing that I do. Someone shoot me. No, but seriously though, BMX, what do you want to come and do in Japan? If you're saying that you're going from Australia, I'm gonna guess skiing. A lot of Australians come for skiing or snowboarding to Japan. Am I right? Are you coming over here for skiing and snowboarding? Is that what you want to do? So I know a lot of Australians come over here for that. This year's eight years in Japan, and my wife is Japanese, and I have a child. I have a daughter. She's 2 years old. She's very naughty. And at the moment, she doesn't like me because I'm much more strict than my wife. I'm not super strict, but I'm not lenient. Eat your dinner, or there's no dessert. And my wife is, oh, you didn't eat your dinner? Here, have dessert. And so she doesn't like me because I don't give her dessert. But yes, I have a 2-year-old daughter. And I have a wife, she's Japanese. And by all things considered, with the way things have gone and the way things are going, I am in a very, very lucky position where I am. I live in a house. Okay? For one, living in a standalone house in Japan in the first place is a big thing. Okay? Living in a standalone house is a big thing. Most people live in apartments. Apartments just rampant. Everywhere's apartments. Living in a standalone house is usually more expensive. And not only do I live in a standalone house, my house, by Japanese standards, maybe by other country standards, it's not so big, but by Japanese standards, my house is fucking massive. Okay? Now, that's not me bragging. I'm actually just very lucky that my wife's grandparents, may they rest in peace, were fucking loaded. Okay, they were rich bastards. They had a lot of money. Okay, and because they had a lot of money, they had a big, expensive house. But they both died, and because they died, their house was empty, and no one was living there. And so after I got married to my wife's parents said, well, we've got this extra house. You guys want to go live there? And so we lived there. You know, it's nothing to do with me being rich or anything like that, because I'm not rich. But yes, I'm in a very lucky position to be where I am and to have the kind of place to live that I have, you know, and all the other things. But this is a massive house. My first place when I lived by myself in Japan, my first place by myself. When I came to Japan, I first started in a share house. And when I moved into my own apartment, my apartment was a single room, tiny little room. How big can I say? One bedroom in my current house is, any of my bedrooms in my current house, just one bedroom is bigger than the entire apartment that I had, including the bathroom and everything. Okay? Bathroom, kitchen, everything, all in one room. One tiny ass little apartment, and that's common, and that was still like expensive. Okay, that was still something like $400 a month for a single room with everything together in a tiny little room in the apartment. So small. I mean, I'm quite tall. I'm almost 2 meters tall, and yeah, what? I think the width of the apartment, you couldn't lie two of me down. I think it's even less than 4 meters long. 4 meters wide. The width of the apartment, less than 4 meters. The length may be about 8 meters, including the bathroom and the kitchen together. Yeah, 2 by 1, those are the real extreme cases. But yeah, there are tiny apartments. My apartment maybe 4x6, 4x8, and still that was damn small, man. A tiny little bloody box. $400 a month. I was living in that, and now, like I said, and you come into my current place, every single one of my bedrooms is 3 bedrooms in this house. And you might be thinking, 3 bedrooms? That's kind of standard, isn't it? In Japan, 3-bedroom house. Holy shit, man. You must be a rich motherfucker to have a 3-bedroom house. And any one of the 3 bedrooms in my house, if you were to come into this room, it's bigger, including the bathroom and the kitchen in my old place. It's bigger in one of these bedrooms. It's unbelievable. So all things considered, I am living a pretty decent life compared to what most Japanese people have to experience. So it's unfortunate, but it's unfortunate for them. And I feel for them. I do. My wife's parents, their house has a kitchen, a dining, which is also their living room, and then it has 2 bedrooms. Okay, and that is an apartment style place, and they had a 5-person family in there. My wife has a sister and a brother, so there's 3 kids and then 2 parents, and then they even had a 6th person in there because they had my wife's sister had a kid while she was still living there, and so that kid was also raised there. So they had 6 people living in a 2-bedroom apartment, and that was just completely normal. They didn't say anything like, oh well, it was impossible to live like that or anything like that. No, I can't believe that people do this. It's just what happens, I guess, for people in Japan. They weren't super fussed, just how it was. They all slept in the same room. Everybody slept in the same room together. All 6 of them. One bedroom was used more kind of like a living room almost, and the other one was used as a bedroom, and then all 6 of them slept on the floor. Japanese people sleep on the floor, by the way. That's just how they do it. They sleep on their futon on the floor rather than in a bed most of the time. These days, beds are getting more popular, but futon on the floor is still big thing in Japan. People love that shit. I'm not a fan. So, yeah. No. I'm not a fan. But yeah, 6 of them on the floor in the same room. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm sure they probably had fights, siblings. My brother's got his socks in my face or something like that, or his feet in my face, something like that, probably. But still, I wouldn't be able to do it. Oh, you're standing on that side now? Are you standing on that side? Let's stand over here then. Got another Cyclopalypse. But the only problem I have now with my current place, this nice big place that I have now, the only problem I have is that my wife's parents, when they retire, they want to move in here. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, that's a nice drop. Yeah, 1 generation ago, absolutely. Small houses, more people, absolutely. Yeah, but my wife's parents want to move in here in this massive house once they retire. They're still working. And And then we have to move out and find a new place. We're going to have to rent a place, and it's going to suck because I'm going to have to go from this nice, massive, giant place and move into like a tiny place because it's so fucking expensive. It's going to suck. All right. Just keep going. Certainly going to have to downgrade when I move house. So I'd never be able to afford a place like this in terms of rent. Speaking of rent, let me tell you about something interesting that happens in Japan when you go to rent a place. You might know of renting a place in whatever country you're in, and you pay something called a bond. Now, I live in the house of my wife's grandparents now. My wife's dead grandparents, which is owned by my wife's parents now. So, yeah, it's officially it's my wife's parents' house, but originally it's my wife's grandparents' house. And so they live in their own house, and we live in this house. So that's why. That's how that is, Trika. Sorry about that. Sorry if I made that unclear. But yes, we live in the grandparents' house, and they live in their own house, and then they want to move into this house because it's bigger and nicer when they retire. But yeah, hey, another Cyclosis. Wow, it's Cyclosis season today. Come here, you old Cyclosis bastard. Yeah. No, so you've heard of bond money, right? So you pay a bond, and usually when you move out of the rental place, you get that money back. If the condition of the house is still good, of course. If you treat it like shit, then they keep the bond and use it to fix the place. When you rent a place in Japan, they have some other payments that you might not have heard about, which is called key money and thank you money. Key money and thank you money? What's that? Well, one of them, key money, is supposed to be money that they would spend on changing the locks. So therefore, key money. But they don't actually change the locks. They don't. They never do. Unless they get robbed or something, and then they go, oh shit, okay, we better change the locks for real. And then they do change the locks. But usually they don't. Okay, so that's key money. And then you have thank you money, which is usually about either 1 or 1.5 months worth of money, of rent money, but it's called thank you money. It doesn't count towards any amount of time in the rental apartment. Or rental house. You don't get any of your months paid off or anything like that. You just give the money to the owner, to the landlord, as a thank you for letting me rent your place. So you have key money and thank you money. And, when you go to rental agencies, you say, hey, I want a place that doesn't ask for thank you money or key money. Because there are some people who try and, capitalize on the idea that people don't want to pay extra money for nothing. So they're like, oh, I won't ask for thank you money. I get money out of the rent anyway. But there are people who say, no. You want to rent my house? Give me thank you money. There is no, it's contractual. You have to pay it. it's part of the contract. You pay thank you money if you're going to rent this place, and key money. And because everybody knows it's a load of bullshit, most people try and look for places that don't ask for key money and don't ask for thank you money. You don't get either of those back. When you move out, you don't get the key money back. You don't get the thank you money back. They're not bonds. They're not deposits, as you just mentioned there. Sorry if I used the wrong word. Yes, they don't give you that back. There's a separate amount of money as a deposit in some cases. Some cases they don't ever even ask for a deposit. But yeah, you have to pay that. You have no choice. You want to move into this place, and this landlord says, I want thank you money. Well, you're paying him a month or maybe a month and a half worth of rent as a thank you for letting me rent your place money. That's it. But yes, sorry. And then, Trico, you mentioned, so you'll do a house swap then? No, I don't think we will because their current place is a piece of shit and I don't want to live there. My wife's parents' place is terrible. It's an apartment style house, but it's not an apartment. Excuse me. My wife's parents run a mechanic shop, car mechanic shop, and their house is on top of the mechanic shop, and it's kind of like an apartment, but it's not in an apartment building. It's on top of a mechanic shop, and they don't. It's not a nice place to live. And just generally it's shit. It's the place has been used for however many years now since my wife was a baby. So it's been, and even before then, so before they even had kids, they were living there. So they were living there well over 40 years. They've been living in that place. And for fuck's sake, stop it, Cyclopalypse, you bastard. And yeah, it's just shit. And I don't want to live on top of a mechanic shop. I mean, if they retire, it will be just a mechanic shop that's not doing anything. But yeah, there's still like, oil and shit and all kinds of crap, old tires and stuff all fucking lying around. I don't want to go there. So no, there's not going to be a house swap. If we move out of here, we're going to look for a different place. At the very least, at that point, we still want to have, three bedrooms if possible. I just wasted all my fucking prayer points. Damn it. Now I have to go get prayer points again. Ah, what a pity. What a pity. Let's go get some prayer points. He'll refresh the aggro anyway. But yeah, at least we want to have at least 3 bedrooms again, and that place only has 2. And yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff like that, just that I don't really want to do about that place. And on top of it, it's on top of the mechanic shop, right? And that's fine, but it's the only way to get there is some really steep ass stairs, like fucking steep. And it's quite high up because the mechanic shop, you have to imagine a mechanic shop, it's a place where you put cars in and they go on like a little lift and shit and they lift up the cars. So the ceiling of the roof of the mechanic shop itself has to be quite high. And then going up into the house itself, which is on top of that, you have to go up some stairs, and they're just very, very, very steep to save space. Just stupidly steep stairs all the way up, and then you have to go up and down those stairs every day. No thanks. Okay, so the Cyclosis is like a strong Cyclops. I've killed 18 today. That's nice. And it has better drops. And it only spawns if you have the Defender, and you can only kill it if you're wielding the Defender. And they're a higher level. They have a couple of unique drops. Well, they have one main unique drop, which is the Cyclopean helmet. And I have a total of... Am I still on 69? Yeah, I have 69 Cyclopean helmets. Nice. And that's it, really. They drop charms, which is nice, because regular Cyclops don't drop charms, and I would like to have a lot of charms if I can get them. And yeah, it only appears randomly, once every however many kills, or, well, there's not even an amount of kills that it appears. Hey, there we go, another one. Look at that. I'm getting Cyclosis like fucking nobody's business today. It's unbelievable. 19 Cycloses today so far, and it's only been, what, like 3 hours? Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, we have them in Slayer as well. We have elite monsters in Slayer as well. Kind of like that, except not like that. What did he drop? Snapdragon Seed. And there we go. There's my 70th Cyclopean helmet. Current goals: 99 attack and strength. Today, for today's live stream, the goal was 75 attack and strength, as well as 60 prayer. We also just got 72 HP, and we are already over 40k through both of the attack and strength levels, so we've already gotten another 80k in total there. Let's have a quick look at the rune metrics. How are we doing? XP per hour is pretty piss poor at the moment, but it's because I had to do a lot of going back and forth because I kept forgetting to turn off my prayer. But yes, that is it for today. We are doing just the 75 in attack and strength. That was the goal for today, and I also just wanted to spend a long time online because I had COVID. I still have a bit of a cough and a runny nose because of the COVID. But because of the COVID, I had been in bed for 5 days almost, with my body all messed up, and I couldn't play any games because I just was not feeling it at all. And so I need to make up some of that time that I lost over the last 5 days. So I am here for a 3, 4, 5 hour session online today. I wanted to make a nice long session. I don't even remember what time I started. What time did I start? How long has this been? How many hours have I been on? 3.5 hours. So I might do another hour. It's already 12:30 at night in Japan. But yes, I am trying my best to make up some of the time I lost due to the COVID, due to being in the bed and unable to move properly. Yesterday morning when I did the jacket trades, I got 61 herb lore. I got the 21 agility during the jacket trades. I got 25 crafting today during the jacket trades, just for the training for those skills. every time that I do Jack of Trades, the aura to get the XP book, every time that I do it, I do a full agility lap of the Berthorpe track. It's not much, but it's better than not doing it, and it just prepares me for the future. So I've managed to get the 21 agility with that, and then I craft at least 20 crafting XP every single day, it's still also not much, but it's better than nothing. I also do a bit of mining XP every day, fire making XP every day, fletching XP every day. I need to get all of those up for the future as well, but especially the fletching XP I need for. I also have to get that in this chunk. I'm sorry, to whoever I mentioned earlier, someone else asked me what are the goals I have. So all of the goals I have are 99 attack and strength, 92 magic, and 63 fletching. And why 63 fletching? Because... and 55 crafting. Because in this chunk, I have Cyclosis, and I am killing the Cyclosis every time I see them. And the Cyclosis can drop adamant bolts. And I'm fairly certain I'll have adamant bolts before I finish the Cyclosis or the Cyclops grind here. And because of that, I have to make the ruby tipped adamant bolts. So far I have some mithril bolts, so at the very least I have to do those. No, I'm not doing the Fire Spirit collection. I'm not. No. Oh, no, I've decided I'm not doing that. And also the One Chunk community have said even extremes don't need to go for something as unpredictable as that. So I'll take their word for it. So I'm not going to go for the Fire Spirit collection log. Let me say it differently. I'm not going to go for the Fire Spirit collection log. Okay, thank you, Trico. Have a good one, mate. Thank you for dropping by all this time. Have a nice one at home. And yeah, no, I'm not going for the collection log directly. I mean, over time, when I get to a point where I say, well, listen, I have a bit of time to grind it out, maybe I have to go for a high fire making level. Maybe I need like 92 fire making or something like that. Wait, what do I need for? Yeah, it's something like 92, isn't it, for the whatchamacallit? Yeah, for the Inferno ads. So let's say I have to go for the Inferno ads, 92 fire making. At that time I might say, well, listen, I might then like try and get it, but I'm not going to force it on myself, yeah. But yes, I do have to get the fletching and then the crafting because I have dragon stones. I have gotten some uncut dragon stones from Cyclops, and so I do have to cut those, and that is 55 crafting. But 55 crafting is totally doable. It's not really that bad, so I could go ahead and do that by myself at any time I like. And because I do have to get the higher fletching level, and I can only fletch regular wood at the moment because I don't have any other kinds of trees, I will be cutting a lot of wood, and because I'm cutting a lot of wood, I'll get a lot of crafting XP from all of the wooden knots that I will get. So that is what I will get. A lot of long bones today, that's nice. So unfortunately they don't show up in the drop log. Yeah. I am looking forward to maybe getting some more rare drop table drops again in the near future. That would be very nice. at the very least, something, you know, like some clay or something, you know. I don't really mind what it is. I'd really like a dragon spear. That would be nice. Then I might forfeit the Cyclosis and then just goes dragon spear the whole way and just murder everything with it. Increase my damage that way. Who knows? I might leave that to a vote for everybody. If I get a dragon spear, I'll ask everybody to vote on whether I should switch to the spear, increase my damage, and lose the chance of getting Cyclosis, or just keep my current pace with what I got. We'll find out at that time, though. So yes, we are at a point now where I have 182 Dragon Defenders, which is not that many. I do want to know, though, I want to know if it's possible to find out at all who has the biggest collection of Dragon Defenders in the game. How many hours until the next chunk? I'm going to say something around 500-600 hours until the next chunk. In-game hours. 500-600 in-game hours. Because I do have to get the 92 magic. But that is going to go fairly easily, I think. And I'm going to be a bit more lenient with my drop picking up thing at that time. And then I do need the fletching, but I think that might also go pretty easily. I'm not too fussed about those. Definitely the magic is going to be longer than the fletching, I'm sure. But 90. When I've done the magic training in at the trolls so far, when I've done a couple of kills down there, now that I have the ability, the chain ability, the XP was just going so fast. It was incredible, really, how quickly it was going. I mean, I think I get much faster XP rates at trolls using a chain ability than I do doing melee at the Cyclops. So it should be quite fast to get 92 magic. And hopefully that will give me a lot more herbs, which will be very good for the future. And then after that, I just have to do the woodcutting and fletching. And I've already got about 1.8k logs, which is already a good start. And I think, I can't remember how many I need, but it's quite a bit. So I have to get almost 400k XP in fletching using regular logs. So it's going to take some time, but I'll do it. I'll do the whole lot. So I will definitely be doing it all. So I don't know exactly when I'll be finished, because, you know, nights like this where I can spend 3-4 hours in a row are not commonplace. But I will be on at least 2 to 3 hours a day every day when I'm working, because I'll be doing my commute to work and my commute home from work. And then I'll have some time in the evenings when I am at home after work. So I will be spending at least that much time. So it could be a good 100 days before I'm done with the 99 grinds. Once I reach 70 herb lore though, I might even start increasing my my XP gain in combat skills by using some of my Jack of Trades tomes on that. Because I only need 70 herb lore for the chunk officially. And there we go, another one of these nice big Cyclopalypse boys. Ooh, and he has done me some damage. Yes, 100 days. That's 3 months. A little bit more than 3 months. That's not bad. I think it's pretty decent. And what's he going to drop? Cactus seed. I don't want a cactus seed. Hmm. 183 Dragon Defenders. Yes, I want to know if there's a way to find out who has the most Dragon Defenders in RS3 right now. I'm pretty sure it won't be me. There are other fools out there who spend way too much time on single goals. I only have 183. There's got to be people out there with like 1,000. But I expect to get to about 1,000 in the near future. I already have almost 200. So, almost a fifth of the way there. It's not bad. Well, my wife has just said she's going to bed, and it is 20 minutes to 1 o'clock in the morning. 20 minutes to 1. So it is getting later and later. I might finish at 1 o'clock. I'll finish the stream at 1 o'clock. So anybody who's still online and watching now, just letting you know that I will finish the stream at 1 o'clock, so in 20 minutes. We've gotten over a third of the levels for both of the levels. So that's 2/3 of one level, 75 to 76. So that's not bad. Yeah, quite a bit of XP. We managed to get both 75 attack and 75 strength. We managed to get 71 HP and 60 prayer in this one stream. So that is very good. But letting you all know just one more time, just so you know, I am going to finish in 20 minutes. At 1 o'clock Japanese time, I will finish the stream for today. Yes. I have also completed the Cyclops drop log. That's already done. There are no more drops that the regular Cyclops can give me that are new, unless it is rare drop table drops. That is finished completely. Well, actually, it's not really untrue, but it's a little bit untrue. And how so? Because Cyclops can actually drop noted big bones instead of regular big bones that are unnoted. But you have to have all 5 token types for that. And seeing as I don't have all 5 token types and I'm unable to get all 5 token types, I'm unable to get the noted versions of these drops. But I'm not really going to count that as not being able to get the drop, because it's the same drop, it's just noted. Actually, it's a little bit sad, because if you get the noted big bones as a drop, you always get 2 big bones per kill. So I would have double the amount of big bones, so I'd already have a good 18,000, and that would be a lot more prayer XP, which would have been nice, but not really necessary. Level 60 prayer is already really good for having not left the... Hey, look at that! Rare drop table, yay! Tooth half of a key, that's the second one of those that I have gotten. That's very nice. So I am happy with that, for sure. Let's have a look. Offhand black knife, 55.77. Still 300 different. I really hate that. I hate the difference of 300 in different knives. Black knife and offhand black knives. I want to have the same amount, damn it. That's so annoying. Now I need another loop half. Come on, Cyclops, give me the loop half of the key next, please. No, that's not a key, that's a ruby. But it's on the same drop table. Gem table. I do hit the gem table quite a lot. I must say that I have hit the gem table a lot more than I expected, which is the precursor to the real rare drop table. I get a lot of gems. And the Cyclops don't have a very good... no, they don't have any gems on their regular drop table, so the amount of gems that I've been getting is just ridiculous. Already have 2 uncut dragon stones. Unbelievable. All right. Next, we will kill this guy, and then we will go bank again very quickly because I am low on HP. That's one thing, but I also have too many items. Nice. Let's trade Lily and get us another potion. I'm surprised I haven't had any more limpwort roots from Cyclopalypse, seeing as he can drop 5 of them at once, and he's done that twice for me. And the Cyclopalypse actually dropped both of the limpwort root drops very, very quickly after each other. I think I had it within maybe 2 or 3 Cyclopalypse kills after each other that I got both drops, both sets of limpwort roots from the Cyclopalypse. So I'm surprised I haven't had any more. I wish I would get more because that would really help my herb lore training. But I've killed a large amount of Cyclopalypse since then. And would I rather fight a drunk bear or be drunk while fighting a bear? That's a good question. I think I would rather fight a drunk bear because the bear would be impaired. He'd have difficulty to stand up straight and fight like a man because he's a bear, so he'd have more trouble fighting properly, and he wouldn't have a good chance to fight like a bear either because he'd be drunk. And I think then I would have a bit more of an advantage because I'd be not drunk, and I would be a bit more able to, decide what I'm going to do next. And, maybe I could poke him in the eye or something. And he'd be able, but maybe he wouldn't care so much if I poked him in the eye because he'd be drunk. So, it'd be a bit difficult either way. But I wouldn't really want to fight a bear in the first place. But I could try if I had to. Yes, what is your question, Zofriax? Tell me. Which kind of beer is best? I would say the beer that you drink is the best. RuneScape says, you've been playing for a while. Consider taking a break from your screen. Well, how about you start taking a break from my screen then? RuneScape? Huh? How do you like that? Stupid jerk telling me what I have to do. Trying to think about my health and everything. Who said you're allowed to do that? The best kind... No. The best kind of beer is the beer that you drink. I drink beer. I like to drink beer. You two are nerds. Yes, I do know that the Czechish people like their beer. I do know that. I've worked with Czechish people before. Yes, Hertogjan is the best. I love Hertogjan and I miss it so much. I used to drink it so often when I was living in Holland and in Brabant, and I used to drink Hertogjan all the time. And I love Hertogjan, and I wish I could get some while I'm in Japan, but they don't have it, obviously. They don't export it. It's so sad. Prank, and if you could send me a big container full of Hertogjan, I would drink it in 1 minute. No problem. Man, I miss Hertogjan. I just mean people from the Czech Republic. I know, I say it in a strange way. Yes, the Czechs. I've worked with some Czechs in the past. When I was working in Europe, when I was living in the Netherlands, I worked with people from the Czech Republic. Um, yeah, they were nice people. Nice people. One thing I noticed about Czech people. Sorry, I keep saying Czechish. About people from about Czechs. One thing I noticed about Czechs is that people from the Czech Republic do like to be very stylish, is what I experienced. I worked with about 5 people from the Czech Republic, and they all very much like to wear, brand clothing and look very stylish. While a lot of other people I've worked with from other places, even even from other European places, uh, very much, you know, not so much about style, but just less about, fashion consciousness, more about, what they like to wear themselves personally, whether it's fashion or not. So maybe more comfortable sort of clothing instead of fashion. Um, but yeah, no, I mean, a lot of the people I worked with were very much interested in having, stylish and brand sort of clothing, and really cared about that. Um, in comparison to the other people who were not from the Czech Republic that I worked with. They were not so worried about, brand clothing, or looking so stylish in that way. They were very much more about, we're just wearing what's comfortable and what's easy to get. Cheaper clothes is fine. But yeah, so I mean, I would show off my wealth, but I don't have any bloody wealth. I have to wear cheap stuff. But even if I, no, if I had wealth, I might show it a little bit. But even then, I mean, I don't really care about, brands and stuff in the first place. I like cheap stuff. I love flexing on poor people. Nice. You're walking around with your gold chains out there, prank. You got your gold chains hanging around, and you're slapping people in the face with them. Take a look at what I got. You can't afford. You want people to think that you think you're rich, or you want people to think that you're rich when you're not really rich. We want people to think that you think you're rich, but at the same time they think you're rich. But I've worked with a lot of different people from the eastern side of Europe. I've worked with Polish people. I've worked with also with Slovakian people. I've worked with people from Romania. I've worked with a guy from Bosnia, but I guess that's a different story. But yeah, no, I've worked with a few different people from Eastern Europe, and when I worked with the Polish guy, and he was very, it was really funny. I worked with this guy. He was a Polish guy, and he was working in the Netherlands. We were working together in the Netherlands, and he was talking about how everything, and I mean literally everything, is better in Poland. There's nothing that is better anywhere else. Poland is the best. And that's nice. It's nice to be proud of your country and everything. But he's come to the Netherlands. He's working there because he can't get a job in his own country. He says, "Oh, the only thing that's not good is the job situation. Everything else is better." So he's eating lunch. He says, "Oh, I hate the food in Netherlands. The bread tastes like it's made out of cardboard and things like this." And he's saying all these kinds of stuff. And he said, "Oh, no, I hate all of this different stuff. Everything is good in Poland. Everything is good." So I don't know. I felt that maybe I don't know if Polish people tend to be very proud in that way, but he certainly was. Um, and he wouldn't let go of the idea that the only bad thing in Poland is the job situation. And everything else is better than anywhere else in the world. There's nothing better. Poland is the best, he was saying all the time. I worked with one dude who was a Slovakian dude, and he was deep into the nose candy, if you know what I'm saying. Very deep in the nose candy. And there were days that he was very, um, you know, as you can expect nose candy people to be. Very paranoid, very uppity, easy to tick off at certain moments. Um, he was rough to work with. So yeah, the one Slovakian dude that I've ever worked with. No, I've worked with a few different Slovakian dudes, but one of the Slovakian dudes I worked with, yeah, he was deep in the nose candy. That was, no, he was rough to work with because you never knew how he was going to react to things. Yeah, something like that, Zofriax. Looks like powdered sugar. You got any more of them donuts? So to speak. So that was a rough time. I mean, I worked with some Slovakian guys. Um, I worked with one Slovakian dude, and he was real funny because he talked to me. He's like, we were working on ships in inland shipping, so working on the boats that go through the rivers and the canals and so on. And he was telling me, I go away for um, a couple of months at a time, and I'm on the ship and blah blah blah. And I said, and he says, I don't have any. I've, my parents live in their own house. I live by myself. I don't have any kind of family to go home to or anything like that. I said, well, what do you have? What do you do when you go home? He says, I have a cactus. And it was just really funny. He's like, that's the only thing I do. I go home after my 2 months on board the ship, and I go to my house and I give some water to my cactus and make sure he's not died in my 2 months away. But because he's a cactus, he survives all the time, and I'm really proud of my cactus. And he was really funny, just because of the fact that he's in love with his cactus. That was really good. Well, if you can't post it there, Prank, then maybe take out the dots. Take the dots out of the link. So if it's something.com, then remove the dots and just leave everything else. Though you guys must be in a bit of a panic at the moment, though, or not? Um, Zofriax? How are you guys feeling with the invasion happening up there in Ukraine? Because if uh, if the rumors are true that the Russians want to keep going and bring back the USSR, then you guys must be feeling a little bit nervous then, or am I wrong? That's sad. Yeah, propaganda is a rough one. Yeah, I know. It's the same thing for us over here, though. Yeah, over here is the same problem as for you guys in the Netherlands, because Japan has its own troubles with Russia. Actually, Russia and Japan never signed a peace agreement after the end of World War II. So technically, Russia and Japan are not at peace yet. Russia took some of Japan's territory at the end of World War II, even after Japan had surrendered. They went in and just took a few more places. So Japan and Russia are not friendly either, but yeah, I think we're in the same boat as like the Netherlands and so on, where um, if if shit hits the fan and nukes start coming out, that's when we're done as well. Because Japan and Russia are not friends at the moment. Yeah, they've been in a dispute about those islands for. Those are the islands that Russia took at the end of the war. So at the end of World War II, Japan surrendered, and then Russia was like, "Oh, you guys surrendered? Well, we're just quickly going to take a couple more of your islands, and they're ours now." And so those islands have been in dispute now since the end of World War II, and because of that, yeah, we will have some trouble from Russia if they start using nukes. Then we'll also have trouble. Also, there's American bases and stuff all in Japan, American bases and stuff like that here. So that will mess us up as well. They'll go for that. So that would be some problems, yeah. So I hope we never get that far. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of issues with that kind of stuff, with a lot of the kinds of movings of peoples. So yeah, that one is a different one. Yeah, there's three different disputed sets of islands around Japan. So there's a set of islands to the south which are claimed by China, Taiwan, and Japan. There's those three different countries claim them. However, the islands themselves have been through international law and so on been given to Japan. So at the end of the war, they were in control of. They were being held by the U.S. and then those islands were later given to Japan after the US left, after the end of the occupation. Then there's a couple of rocks to the west of Japan, between Korea and Japan, and those ones are claimed by Korea and Japan. However, those ones are more than likely going to be Korean rocks anyway from now on. The Koreans have a little military installment on there and a bunch of dudes living on it, and it's just some rocks in the middle of the water. It's not really an island, but yeah, they got that. And then at the north of Japan, you got the four islands which are claimed by Russia and by Japan, and yeah, that's the trouble with those as well. So yeah, that's pretty much what's happening with the islands. I mean, Japan well, I mean, all of the Asian countries, they all fight each other about this stuff all the time, and it's just a lot of crap. You know, a lot of the stuff has been decided already, but they just fight about it anyway. But that's how it is with world politics anyway, you know. But everybody, I'm sorry, I know I just noticed that a couple more people have shown up. So I'm going to end it here, unfortunately, everybody. It is here 10 minutes past 1 in the morning. I have just finished, I've just been streaming now for almost 4.5 hours. So that is quite long. Yeah, well, I mean, the propaganda though, the Zofrex, the issue with that is a lot of that stuff is just bullshit, you know. You have the islands that belong currently to Japan. They were given to Japan at the end of the war, and they were um, according to China, they say, oh, these have been used by Chinese people since ancient times. Well, so fucking what? Who cares? You know, that's their propaganda, is to say, well, things that belonged to ancient China belong to us now. And, well, you know what? All of China used to belong to the Mongols. So how about you give all of China to Mongolia? You know, a lot of these kinds of things are just shit. But anyway, sorry to sidetrack. Yes, it's thank you everybody for joining today's stream. Sorry for the long or boring parts of just me killing stuff. I hope you enjoyed whatever we did do. And yes, here is the wealth on the screen here. I just closed it and opened it again. Total wealth 60.9 60 mil 60.9 mil wealth. Imagine that after having only been in the first two chunks. Just the first two chunks. Yes, yes, that is exactly what it is. They want more land and use every stupid reason to get it. First two chunks, and that is where we're ending for today, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a good evening, a good day, evening, morning, day, night, everything. Good week, and I will see you again in the near future. I hope to see you online. Please join the friends chat if you come online in game, or join the Discord. That is, I have my own Discord. You can find that in the description box of either this video. I can't remember if I put it in this video's description, but if it's not there, you can find it in the description box of the main series videos. Please join. Feel free to talk to me there. Thanks, Matthew. Thank you for commenting. And the amount of Dragon Defenders we end with today is 183 Dragon Defenders and 71 Cyclopean helmets. Okay, everybody, that's it. Finally, for real this time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, I can't see him. Here he is. He's now facing the wrong way. Let's turn. There we go. And bye-bye.